So yes, we're going to be playing Hakuoki Kyoto Winds. I played this like 2 years ago. Remember nothing about it. I could tell you I don't even remember who on earth I had chosen. So it'll be an interesting time. Thank you. Yeah. So you basically do. Hello, Laura! My other plans fell through, so we are doing some Hakuoki. And I am putting up the mature content warning because it is. I hope I sound okay. If anything's too loud or too soft, let me know. Nope, because I still don't have Raincoat. I ordered the special edition of Raincoat, and that doesn't release until the 14th. And no, it wasn't Raincoat. It was going to be Fire Emblem Engage, but my capture card is not working for some reason, and I swear to God that I did check it before today. So I don't know what's going on. And it's been like several years since I played this, and I remember nothing about it, so I asked for no spoilers. I can always tell you, I don't even remember who the heck I had chosen the first time I ever played this. So... Oh, okay. Wow, what weird controls. Okay. Apparently my name before was Hiroko. Do I want to use that name again though? No, let's go with something else. Question is, what name? Sorry, give me a sec. Why is this? That is total. It's weird. Okay. Yeah, let's go with Kanai. Sounds like a good name. Kanae Yukimura. Is everything working okay, by the way? Oh, what is going on? Oh, it's probably because of my controller. Forgot I was using my controller, then I tried using my mouse, and since it's picking up my controller, it's being weird. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, businesses, places, events, and incidents, blah 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 blah, are just a coincidence. But is it at least running a little smoothly? If it's not running smoothly, then... Guess we're going to do some tech control for a sec. The delay I can't really do much about, I don't think. How's that looking, I guess? Hold on, give me 1 sec. I'm going to stop the stream for a sec. And then we're going to go back in. Okay. Hello, once again. Ah, caramba. No, I just need to adjust some things. How's that looking now? Okay, I don't know what's going on with OBS and it's nonsense. So I had to change over to Streamlabs just to be able to get this stupid thing to work. Okay. Maybe, just maybe. Whoops. No, no, go back. Ah! Ah! Yes, please. Can we actually start this now? After technical difficulties. Ugh. No, I do not want to skip the prologue. I haven't played this in so long. Sorry, give me a sec. Okay. So, this is Kyoto. Oh, this... The speed of the text is not going to do it for me. I'll have to change that. No, that's not what I wanted. Text speed. Fast, please. Romance on. Okay, let's try that. Even simple hellos between people passing the street seemed warm and friendly. They nodded and smiled to one another, as if family and not strangers about errands. Still, there was something else as well. Something making the city feel strangely cold. Why is delay so high? Jeez. Almost as though there was a great invisible wall shutting out anyone wandering from the country. I'm not sure if I belong here. No, that's all in my head. I walked some distance to reach Kyoto, and both my mind and body were exhausted. Even so, tiredness was no reason to meander and feel sorry for myself. I couldn't afford to. Excuse me? I hesitantly stopped a passerby. I'm sorry. I seem to be a bit lost. Could you... Is everything going, okay, as far as... Things look okay, going okay. What am I supposed to do now? I was lost again, but in a different sort of way. I sighed and looked up at darkening sky. The sun was beginning to set. People I'd spoken to showed me no unkindness, and they'd given me directions needed, but... Was now really the best time to leave the city? Learning the people I'd hoped to visit had left town caused hope to seep from my crumbling resolve. The only person besides father I could rely on in the city who I could rely on, Dr. Matsumoto. Dr. Matsumoto was a doctor serving the shogunate. I had never met him myself, but my father put a great deal of trust in the man. He had told me that if I ran into any trouble in his absence, I was to contact Dr. Matsumoto. Unfortunately, Dr. Matsumoto was out on business and would not return for some time. Was I too hasty? Perhaps I should have waited. It is indeed rude to visit without warning, which is why I had sent a letter prior to my arrival. But it seems he had left before reading my letter. Perhaps, I thought, I should have waited for a reply before traveling to an unfamiliar city. But I can no longer spend time waiting idly for news. Kunai. Something wrong, father? He paused for a moment and looked at me.
実はな、しばらくの間、京の都へ行くことになった。
It seems I must depart for the city of Kyoto. Is it for business again? I left the house often during that period, sometimes for days at a time. How long will you be gone?
それは わからん。
I'm afraid I can't say.
一月になるか
A month,
二
perhaps.
月になるか
Maybe two. Oh. There was no hiding my disappointment. Nonetheless, I wasn't a child anymore. I couldn't beg him to go, or some other foolishness. Yes, I'd be lonely, but I was much more worried for him. Please, Father, be careful. They say that the city of Kyoto is dangerous. He only smiled and nodded.
安心しなさい。
You needn't fret.
お前が心配しないように
I will be sure to send you letters often,
でき
so
る
that
限
you
り
will
手
have
紙を
no
書く
need to
よ。
worry. Can you hear everything okay? Or do I need to up the volume on anything? Okay, you promise? Father kept his promise. A new letter arrived so often I scarcely had the time to respond before another would arrive. He told me that he worried about me being home all by myself. Then, the letter stopped. Whole mouth passed with no word. Father. They say Kyoto is full of ronin. It is not a safe place. Usually, a samurai is paid by their house, but ronin who report to no house often rob people in order to make ends meet. They're nothing more than violent criminals who hide behind the image of the samurai. Such is the state of the city of Kyoto, the city of ronin. Small wonder, then, that I worried for my father. My mind would concoct horrible possibilities. I often found myself depressed and tense. First, I suppose, I need to find a place to stay. Lost in thought, I didn't notice nightfall descend. If I was honest with myself, I hadn't the faintest idea of how long searching for him would take. I'd brought a negligible sum of money with me, enough to last me a month, if used wisely. Sorry, drink. Finding father in this window of time was a must. Otherwise, I would have to depend on Dr. Matsumoto returning in this time, or else I'd be forced to return home without a word. Well, at any rate, I should try and be as frugal as possible. I lengthened my stride and set off on my path. Fortunately for me, men's clothing assisted with keeping a quicker pace than women's. Kyoto presented many dangers to a young girl hoping to explore the city with that direction. My disguise, such as it was, proved successful, and I had safely made it all the way to Kyoto. But Kyoto's not a safe place. I should have remembered that. Instead, I had somehow convinced myself that the city's hidden dangers didn't apply to me. Hey, kid. I was about to discover otherwise. That's not what I wanted, don't do that. Ah! I'm hitting buttons I shouldn't. Ah! Oh my god. I hit buttons and I didn't mean to, and now I can't. I should not use a controller. I don't think I should use a controller because I don't know any of the controls for this. Everything's weird. Hold on, I don't know any of the controls, oh my god. Turn L. W. Okay. X to rewind. Okay. Okay, so the Y will not let me. Yes, okay. Ah! Ah! I'm just going to use the keyboard. That might be a little easier than a controller. I spun around. In the street in front of me were 3 Ronin. Can I help you? Did my best to keep my voice calm, reaching nonchalant for my kodachi. Reaching nonchalantly for my kodachi. There we go. I know how to talk, I promise. My father encouraged me to take sword lessons. I kept with them, and I did rather well. I was confident enough in defending myself. However, Perhaps my overconfidence in myself is what served the situation at hand to me. I messed up and let my guard down. My fault. There was a chance I could take them on, but there were 3 of them, and 1 of me. I feel like the next time I play this, I need to fix all the controls to what I want. Or get used to them. Pretty nice blade you got there, kid. Only then did I realize they were far more interested in my sword than they were in me. Looks like a bit much for a pup like this, right? Give it here, okay? We'll put it to good use. But sword wasn't just some blade I'd picked up. It was a family heirloom spanning generations. There was no way I could give it to the Ronin, though I had a feeling they wouldn't understand. In such a situation, the best reason was undoubtedly to retreat. I turned and ran as fast as my legs could. Hey, get back here, you little bastard! Oh. Think about it. I do need to add 1 thing. Okay. Sorry. Forgot to put that back up on this new one. Gosh, they sure don't give up easily, do they? Felt like I'd been running for quite a while, but I could still hear the Ronin cursing loudly. I ducked in an alley, flattening against the wall. After deciding they weren't too close, I crept further into the alley. Someone left a couple sheets of wood leaning against one of the houses. A perfect hiding spot. What luck, I thought, kneeling down under them. This is my way to escape this mess. Huh? I was listening to sounds intently. Suspicious calm entered my mind. I expected to hear the Ronin yelling to each other, looking for me. But seconds turned into minutes. I heard nothing. I was about to sneak out and have a look when... What? My plan to investigate was immediately halted. What the heck? Why? Why did that happen? What the heck? I didn't mean to hit anything. Why does everything have to happen to me? Okay. I don't know how I hit autoplay. I wasn't even on the screen for that. It's so weird. My plan to investigate was immediately halted. I think I said that, but remaining silent and hidden was more important. Still.
やりやがったな。くそ、なんで死なねえんだよ。ダメだ、こいつら刀が効かねえ。
What is this? Why won't you die? Damn it! We gotta get out of here. Oh, I know. I am definitely I'm definitely glad for that. That's for sure. Definitely glad for that. It was then that true fear began to set in. There was something dangerous out there. Something quite possibly lethal. My imagination conjured up no shortage of gruesome theories. Even so, I could feel an itch of curiosity, wanting to know what was out there. Carefully, I peeked around the corner's edge. The cold reflection of moonlight upon a blade glared at me. My eyes followed it to the arm that held it, clad in a coat of light blue. Had this person saved me? After that auto skip, now we go backwards and know all the craziness that did happen. But no slower that it appeared, my hope vanished. I heard the Ronin stumbling to beg for his life. The person in the blue coat said nothing, just stepped forward, his sword raised. A high, screeching laugh cut the man's scream. Ba ba ba. Man, I really do not remember any of this. Like, I remember the beginning part and then running to the Ronin, but not this part. And there's our mature content warning. The blade fell through the air like a butcher's knife rather than a sword. No skill, just death. The scream turned wet, caught, and disappeared like air leaving half-empty bellows. My eyes went wide. I had just witnessed a murder. Any strength I'd received vanished quickly. My legs gave way, and I crumbled to the ground. My eyes widened like busted shells. He died with the first blow, but as I watched, the blades fell, carving lines into the corpse. The soft slip of a blade through flesh, the silent creep of blood across the ground. I felt nothing from them but madness. Their only desire was raw, animalistic violence. Whatever they were, it wasn't human. They were broken. I could feel my throat clench tightly. A warm, dark smell brushed against my face. I slowly recognized the coppery tang of blood. An icy bolt of fear ran down my spine, crawling into the limbs and freezing me in place. I was terrified. What was I going to do? What could I do? have to run, Kunai. I forced my jaw open and drew a ragged breath. This was the only chance I'd get. I had to. My body, still numb with fear, was unresponsive. I lurched sideways against the stacked wood. With a rough clatter, it collapsed. Yep, that's not creepy. The creatures turned, coats drenched in blood. Their eyes locked with mine and bore into me. Hideous grins split their inhuman faces, shaken with excitement at prey to slaughter. I had to run. I couldn't die yet, but my legs refused to move. Their hideous, cackling laughter echoed. I was going to die. I forgot how dark this was. Oh God, I forgot how dark this was. Jesus. My body was frozen with terror. I couldn't even scream. This was it. This was the end. What? I watched them rise, their bloody swords, the moon glinting off the metal. Then there was a flash of light, and the soft splash of blood. I could feel it, warm and sticky. Bile began to rise in my throat. Before disgust took hold, I heard a voice. Really? The words suggested disappointment, but the voice sounded happy. And here I was, planning to take care of them all. Can't you have picked another day to work fast, Saito? As he spoke, the strange man smiled, almost as if he were enjoying himself. I only did my job. Unlike you, I take no pleasure in battle. Well, that's not a very nice thing to say. He laughed. You don't even bother to deny it. Man called Saito sighed with the air of a long-suffering companion and looked at me. Maybe, but if you just sat back and let them kill the kid, you could have saved us some trouble. His tone was light, but it confirmed my fears. What the heck, Soji? Jesus freaking Christ. May have escaped the schemes of the Ronin, but I was ensnared by something much darker. Perhaps the decision is not ours to make. Huh? Then who was in charge of these two? Sorry. Their conversation led me to believe they were part of an organization. As I thought about it, I recalled hearing about men with blue coats. My thoughts were interrupted by a dark shape sliding into view. Swallowed hard. The moonlight shone off his smooth, dark hair. For reasons I can't fathom, in that moment, the light on his hair made me think of the wistfulness of flower petals. It was almost as if the cherry trees were blooming out of season. Luck is not your friend tonight. voice was cold and quiet, like a blade of ice. Blue-white moonlight lit his slender face and shone from the blade pointed at my chest. But it wasn't the sword making my breath catch. It was his eyes. They were fierce and hard, but somewhere behind them, I could catch a glimpse of something else. There could be no doubt that he was prepared to kill me, and yet he looked troubled. Not kindness, perhaps, mercy? Run, and I will kill you. Do you understand? I nodded. There was no doubt he meant every word he said. He stared at me for a moment, then grimaced and put his sword away, sighing. What? Too surprised to stop myself from speaking, and it quickly became apparent that I wasn't the only one. What? Wait, Hijikata. Are you sure about this? This kid saw everything. That can't be good. I mean, wouldn't it be better if they decide not to kill me? I mean, I'm afraid not that to happen. As he spoke to the man he called Hijikata, his eyes narrowed. The man called Hijikata frowned back at him. Shut up. If you keep that up, you know what we're going to have to do. It was clear enough that what I'd seen was something they wanted to keep hidden. The more they said, the more I got it, and it was more clear none of us wanted such a thing. I really think it's gonna come back to bite us in the ass if we let this kid go. The way he looked at me made me feel as if he'd read my mind. So we should just kill people now? No. I'll see what to do with this kid when we get back. Okay, I think, just like looking at these three characters, I think when I first played this 2 years ago, I think I went with Saito? Because he looks very familiar. But again, I remember almost nothing about this game, so I could be wrong. I don't know. I agree with the commander. If we remain here, we are likely to be seen again. Then he looked at the creature he'd killed. Yeah, I'm not exactly super positive about that. I really don't know. I'm pretty sure it was Saito, because he's the one that looks most familiar to me in my head. Then he looked down at the creature he killed, as though he'd forgotten the whole ordeal. If you have this sort of reaction to blood, then they don't seem like they'll be very practical. Damn. He peered down at the corpse, his face an emotionless mask. When he looked back up at his companions, however, his eyes narrowed. As for you two, drop the Hijikata and Commander Act. Keep a low profile. What? Come on, you can't be serious. Aren't our blues a bit of a giveaway? He was right. Even I had heard stories about a gang of cruel men in the blue coats who cut people down in the streets. But I didn't know how to confront the dilemma of pretending I didn't see any of these horrors. My mind whirled through a pool of worries and thoughts, almost as if I was being drawn into their world. What should we do with the bodies then? There doesn't seem to be any physical signs. Hijikata thought for a moment before he spoke. Just take their blues. Yamazaki can deal with the rest. As you wish. Another man cut down the street, huh? Doing a great job, aren't we? He gave a derisive bark of laughter. As long as we keep our mouths shut, I don't think anyone will know we were here. He looked directly at me, and I got the distinct feeling his words weren't for his companions. It was common for people to be murdered in Kyoto. It was a dangerous city, after all. I knew that, of course. But to see it happen? That was something else entirely. If death was such an easy thing in Kyoto, I thought, then the city itself must surely be mad. Oh yes, we did save you, didn't we? Huh? Didn't realize right away he was speaking to me. When I did, my eyes went wide. Oh, what do you mean? You saved me. Well, he did have a point. Despite their threats, they saved my life. I stood up as steadily as I could manage, brushed some dirt off my clothes, and bowed. Thank you very much. I apologize for not thanking you earlier. There was so much going on, I was a little confused. I glanced up at them tentatively. The man called Hajime also looked confused. His eyes were wide and he had an expression I couldn't place. Hijikata looked as though he had taken a bite of something sour. I sighed deeply for continuing. I know it seems weird to say that, but he told me I should say thanks, so I looked up. Saito and Hijikata both stared pointedly at anything but me. The third man was shaking with laughter. Oh man, well, my apologies. Certainly did tell you to, didn't I? He broke out in laughter again, so much so that he was forced to wipe a few tears from his eyes as he straightened up. Well, you're welcome. I'm Soji Okita. Nice to meet a kid who knows how to be polite. Thank you for helping me. Not quite sure what else to do. I bowed again. The one you should be thanking for saving you is Hajime Saito over there. And this bossy guy here is... What the hell do you think you're doing, Okita? Sir, I read your concerns, but we must move. Whatever mirth was inspired was gone. The man called Saito now spoke with quiet urgency. The man named Okita grabbed holds of my wrists, smiled, and led us down the street. His grip was a touch too tight to be friendly, his fingers like iron cables around my arm. There was no question about my situation. I quickly picked up on the notion that if I were to run, I would be killed. Instantly. My life was in the hands of these strange men. I set my jaw and stood up as straight as I could. My eyes crept up from the blood-stained coat and met Saito's gaze. It would be best if you prepared for the worst. I doubt this will end well for you. Oh, that's nice, thanks. His words were like a dagger in my stomach. What was going to happen to me? Was I going to die? As we walked through the bleak Kyoto night, I felt horror crawl its way up my spine once again. The cause of my horror wasn't the gruesome end that awaited me, but something else entirely. I spoke with these men and watched them speak, sitting next to a warm corpse soaked in blood. That I had done such a thing terrified me and terrified me altogether. Okay. Terrified me in an altogether different way. My brain could not comprehend the structure of that sentence for a minute. Perhaps this is what it is like to go mad. Alright, I believe that's the prologue. While this is going, I'm going to open the window because it is hot in here. Oh, gets a new intro every port? Wow, that's cool. January 1864. Was it morning? What happened to me? I attempted to recollect myself. Yes. That's interesting that they were different. Also kind of cool though, but I can also understand, especially if certain versions have certain characters in it. So I can see why they would do that. Can definitely see why they would do that. Right. All at once, the events of the previous night rushed back to me. This isn't my room. My limbs were snugly bound in tight knots, so all I could do was wriggle around in bed, twisting the blankets around me. Ah, I see. I yearned for the comfort of my own futon, but the fertility of such thoughts only forced me to confront the reality of my situation. If only I could wake from this strange nightmare. But I could not. Those men from the night before must have taken me with them to the headquarters of the Shinsengumi. What will happen to me now? I inhaled deeply, lying down to await my fate. It was at that moment that the door slid open and a kind-looking man stepped through. I see you've finally awoken. There's no place to treat a guest of ours. Please wait, I'll loosen the ropes, alright? He Wow! All of a sudden I cannot talk. His smile quirked as he removed my ropes. My wrists, however, were left bound. And you are? Of course, how improper of me. My name is Genzaburo Inoi. Thank you, Inoi. Now, you would follow me. They've been discussing what to do with you since morning. For now, they've decided to hear about what exactly it was you saw last night. Okay. I nodded curtly and struggled to stand, but my body was sore from being bound up all night. Inoue treated me with something like courtesy, but it was clear that I was in a lesser position. He must have been able to guess my thoughts, however, because he smiled at me and winked. I know they seem scary, but they are all truly gentlemen. You don't need to worry. Oh. Even at home I heard rumors of the vicious Shinsengumi that were unflattering. It was hard to imagine that the people in charge of such an organization were gentlemen. The youngest man, Todo, is about your age, or perhaps slightly older. And there are a pair of guys named Nagakura and Harada. They were very lively, so you'll be fine. Despite Inoue's reassurances, it was difficult for me to trust what I was hearing as accurate. Excuse me. Inoue led me to a room and opened the door. I stepped inside and found myself surrounded by the leaders of the Shinsengumi. Water time. Their eyes dug into me like sharp knives. I stared before me, and then I gulped nervously.
Ohayo.
Good morning. I take it you slept well? Well, it wasn't particularly comfortable. Is that so? Because when I went to have a look at you earlier, you didn't budge no matter what I poked. Why are you poking me? You were knocked out cold. You look snug and cozy in your sleep. What? He's only teasing you, so you didn't go anywhere near your room. Quite silent, I stared at Okita. With his grin still spread along his face, he glanced over at Saito. I just wanted to see you squirm a little. Not very nice of you, Hajime, calling me out like that. It's probably why I went with Saito, because I liked him more. So she was just so obnoxious. I don't think Saito did anything wrong. You, on the other hand... Shut it. You sound like a bunch of kids. Hijikata's voice broke no further insubordination. Okita shrugged and fell silent, but the smile lingered through his bright eyes. So, Hijikata, this is your witness? The man who spoke was, well, he looked more like a boy than a man. Maybe this was the youthful Shinsengumi captain that was describing to me. Imagine the leaders of the Shinsengumi to be older, maybe even middle-aged men, but their faces were still blessed with youth. In fact, one might even confuse them at first glance for a gang of bohemian thugs. He's a real stick, huh? Just a kid. You're calling him a kid, Heisuke? That's rich. Right you are. To anybody else, I bet you two look like a sad pair of scrawny little brats. Ouch! I'm the only one who gets to call out for being scrawny punks because I'm a mature adult and all. Mature adult. Anything that comes out of your mouth is basically nonsense, Shippachi. Two nearby men replied to Todo with very mocking but lighthearted tones. I somewhat recalled Inoue's description of the two energetic members. The mention of them was brief, but seeing them in person was an eye-opening experience. He said the short-haired one was Nagakura, and the other, with longer hair, was Harada. Leave off, you grumpy old bastards! The hell I will, boy! You think you can get away with talking to us like that? Besides, I'm hardly mature enough to be called old. Shinpachi, maybe, but
俺は
not me.
なてめえ
You son of a
裏切るの
bitch.
かさ
I thought we were friends. Come on, Shin. Would an adult get so worked up over something like that? Their back and forth rapport seemed developed into a rhythm from years of friendship, which predated my arrival and made me foreign here. Sensed something apart from curiosity towards me, though, like a feeling of animosity. Despite their cheerful levity, they had not forgiven my presence among them. Suddenly, I wanted very much to go home. Jesus. Suddenly, I wanted very much to go home. I wanted to leave this place and never return. My chest tightened, and I stared down, hoping to wake up in bed with all of this only a memory. I apologize for all this frightening behavior. Please don't let the men unsettle you. Oh. His voice was calm and warm, and I felt myself relax, even if only a little bit. Are you serious? You're the scariest out of all of us, Sanon. As he finished speaking, the rest of the men nodded solemnly in agreement. I wondered, who could possibly command such fear and respect from these men? Oh, how crude. I can understand their feelings, but for a demon of a commander to feel such as well. It's up to me to hold the integrity of the Shinsengumi to our highest standard. It is easy to be confused, however, when our standards, or rather our taboos, are at the mercy of our own Hijikata. It is true, but now isn't the time to be talking about this. The man called Sanan and Hijikata stared at one another with a smirk. You're lucky to have a friend like Sanan, Toshi. Hijikata and Sanan sounded distant when they spoke to one another, not exactly friendly. Still, the man who spoke had certainly sounded as though he thought they were friends. Oh, my apologies. I haven't introduced myself. I am Isami Kondo, chief of the Shinsengumi. When you say chief, do you mean to say you are the most important man in the Shinsengumi? Well, I wouldn't call myself the most important. It is more accurate to say I represent everyone. Toshi over there is the commander, and Sanan is our colonel. Kondo? Why are you telling him all this? Well, it's a good thing I can pull off being a boy! What? Do you think it's a bad idea? Only in anime land. No, in real life too. I've seen cosplayers who are females who can cosplay males, and males who can cosplay females. In real life, whew. It's fantastic seeing that kind of stuff. That awesome. Well, unless you think this kid should learn our secrets, maybe you should keep your mouth shut. Oh my goodness gracious. Allergies are just so bad today. Exactly, why bother anyway? We owe him nothing. Perhaps you'll raise good points, but isn't it rude to ignore your guests? Harada glanced over our condo and let out a bark of laughter. True, we've already brought him here. It's not like telling him will hurt us. Kondo looked rather disappointed when Hijikata spoke, but he perked up at Harada's words. Despite knowing him for 5 minutes, it's easy to see that his words resonated well with his men. Yeah, I noticed that. He's so tall. Okay, so how tall is Harada supposed to be? If I can talk, I can't talk to you apparently. Okay. Well, I figured he might be the tallest, but I was just wondering, like, how tall they actually made him. That's good. Despite knowing him, okay, yep. He had sort of a charisma that simply drew you in, a man who was impossible to hate. Well, let's get back to business at hand. Can you give me a full report of last night? Last night we were on patrol when we encountered some wandering Ronin. They drew steel, so we fought. Some of our men subdued the Ronin, but in doing so, exposed their fate. As he finished, Saito turned to look at me. I didn't see anything. And with my insistence, Hijikata continued to stare at me with a harsh glance. Saito remained expressionless, and the smile on Okita's face didn't change. Huh. You sure you didn't see anything? Yes, I didn't see anything. Really? Well, if that's true, then I don't see what the problem is. Hold on a minute. I thought Soji said you helped out some of our men or something. No, that's not true. Glanced over at Okita, but his smile remained. Whatever he was thinking was a mystery to me. I was running away from the Ronin, and some people with Shinsengumi uniforms appeared. Really, they sort of rescued me. That means you saw them slicing up those Ronin, right? I couldn't exactly deny that. However, I knew that choosing to stay silent would implicate me deeper than lying would. So in other words, you actually saw everything. The whole ugly business. You've got an honest heart. It's not really a bad thing, I wasn't sure what to make of Harada's words. My presence seemed bad for the Shinsengumi. Would their next words be ones condemning me to death for being at the wrong place and time? My voice shook, but I knew I had to try. I won't tell anyone! I promise! Seems unlikely this attack was mere chance. It seems unlikely, too, that you're an enemy. Despite your good intentions, you could be taken for interrogating. Could you handle torture? His voice was still warm, but his words were cold. I began to feel my chances at life slip away. Sorry, give me a sec. Staying quiet is easy. If you're captured, you would have no loyalty to us or our secrets. Yeah, we have no way of verifying your word. It wouldn't be very smart to just let you go. Let's just kill the kid. You want to keep someone quiet. That's the only sure way. Oh, thanks, Soji. That's nice. But don't be cold, Soji. What do we gain by murdering a civilian? Oh, don't give me that look. I was just kidding. I really don't like Soji. I can't deal with him. I really can't deal with him. Is it good? Because I don't want to do it. He just angers me. I can't deal with that. I guess we'll have to see when we're given the choice. But, oh my goodness gracious. Perhaps I should have sounded like it. I don't want to be pissed off during this game. Though I probably will be anyways. Because it's... What, the Edo period, I'm pretty sure? After being rebuked by Saito, Okita gave a playful smile. Surely, there must be something we can do. After all, we're talking about a child. I have no wish to kill him either, but ignoring the unlikelihood of his trustworthiness is foolish. Well, I would like to hear the commander's opinion. What do you say, Commander Hijikata? Mang looked at Hijikata. Listening intently, he sighed and glanced around the room. Last night we killed members who broke our code. This kid should not have to be involved at all. I like you, Hijikata! Thank you! I imagine that puts an end to the matter for you. Well, he probably saw something, but I doubt he really understands what it was. Even so, this is serious. We have bigger things to consider. We have to keep this under wraps. Rumors break that soldiers of the Shinsengumi are thirsty for blood. They're problematic. Shinpachi's words made sense to everyone. Shikata's face looked grim. Hey, watch your mouth. It is our responsibility to regulate all warriors who violate our code. They will be dealt with. Well, doesn't change the fact that this kid saw something. I think Soji has a point, but still. I'll do whatever Hijikata and Kondo tell me to. I think we ought to let him go. He doesn't know everything, you know? What do you mean, everything? Couldn't help but wonder aloud, and the mood in the room shifted to an icy silence. Shut it, Hesuke. Oops, my bad. Uh-oh, well, this is going to make it even harder for us to simply let you go. Why? Wait, why? What happened? Why did I do that? Okay, I don't even know how I quick save, but okay. I didn't miss anything, that's good, at least. Holy moly, is he tall! A man should always be ready to face death. You should make your peace with yours. Thanks, Shinpachi. Man? Oh, that's right. They still believed me to be a boy. With everything else that had happened, I completely forgotten how I was stressed. Very true. A brave death is always an option. When I was young, I committed horrible suicide. Wait, oh, honorable suicide. Horrible. Honorable suicide. What? Didn't really stick though, did it, Sano? Your jokes were barbaric, but they both broke into royous laughter. Commander,
結論も
since we
出ない
can't
こ
seem
とで
to
す
reach
し
a consensus,
一
can I
旦
send
こ
the
のま
child
ま
back
部
to
屋
his
に
room?
戻してはどうでしょうか
Ah, I see.
同席させた
If
状
you hear
態で
something you
誰か
shouldn't
に
while
気
you're
づ
here,
かせ
then we'll have no choice but to
処
kill
分
you.
は何も殺すほか
Thank you,
なくなります
Saito. You're so sweet. He was right. If I remained with them, then I could easily hear something I wasn't supposed to. I didn't think he'd mention it for my sake, but rather as a possible concern for their group. I was so relieved when he brought it up. Indeed. Let's do that. Plus, there's something I want to look into. I agree. There are too many careless men here.
ここにはうかつ三男さん
Come on, Sonnen. What are you looking at me for? Gee, I wonder who the three careless ones are. Now, how to be pretty obvious. We're all guilty for being careless, especially you, Hesuke. Hey, back off. It was just a mistake, alright? Could hear Toto's voice rise as everyone turned to look at him. He looked at them for a bit, then turned to me and mumbled in a voice I could barely hear. I'm sorry. I was still apprehensive about what they might do to me, so I couldn't quite respond to him well. Excuse me. But he seemed to understand, and I currently managed to nod. It was the most I could manage.
それじゃ斉藤こいつを頼む
These are the boys, will be boys gang. Yes, they are. They kind of are. Alright, Saito, take care of the kid.
承知しました
Noted. Shall we go? Alright. After returning to my room, I'd spent some time reflecting upon my state and my still bound hands. The rumors spoke of the Shinsengumi as vicious men, but they seemed more, intimate, human to me. Still, their presence or their being lingered through me, as if to say, we are not killers, but to protect our code we must bring death. Remaining here is only bringing me closer to the possibility of them killing me. I don't know if I can convince them to spare me. Just as I have no loyalty to them, they have no loyalty to me. Only the Shinsengumi. But then, the mention of man must always be ready to face death. So are they still mistaking me for a man? Could I possibly risk exposing my true identity in exchange for mercy on my life? But this could just as easily backfire for me. It could exact an even worse fate. I was truly at a loss for what to do. Oh, no, decisions! Ah! Nope, that's not right. How do I save? How did I get to the window before? I want to save. Ah! Don't know what I pushed, but... Apparently I started... Yeah. Yep, no idea what I was in there, so... Just gonna save over that. L. I hit... I, okay. I is for the menu, L is... I hate choices! Attempt to explain my situation. I would tell them the truth. Perhaps if I did, they'd understand my dilemma. Perhaps they think I'm from Kyoto as well. If I told them I'd only just arrived in Kyoto, they might lower their guard. Or so I hoped. I didn't know anyone in Kyoto, and I'd only come to look for my father. I haven't even told them I'm a girl. The rest perhaps could wait, but I felt that it might be wise to tell them I was a girl. I took a deep breath and screamed loudly. Excuse me, is anyone there? After a few moments, the door slid open, and several faces appeared around the edges. Well, we've got some balls. We've got you locked up, and you think yelling will save you? Alright, you called us. Here we are. Have you made up your mind about dying? Shipachi, what the crap, man? No, that's not it. I want you to hear me out. It's unlikely we will spare you out of sympathy. As long as you understand, say what you wish. I sympathize with your awful luck. May you rest in peace. You all make me angry right now, except for Saito and Hijikata and what's his face? Todo? Is that his face? Why am I playing this again? A man should know when to accept his fate. No! More choices! No! I hate choices! Decided to tell them why I'd come to Kyoto. Decided to tell them I wasn't a boy. Gave up. I don't know what to do. Okay, so here's my question. Do the beginning choices affect your choices of people? That's gonna be my question. Do your choices of people are they determined by your choices in the beginning or not? Oh, that's even worse. It may affect good or bad end. No! Oh, don't tell me that. Ah! Ah! Oh man, okay. I'm going to decide to tell them I wasn't a boy. That is my decision. And this is gonna kill me probably. I know it. Ah! As Saito turned to go, I rounded on Toto to glare at him furiously. Hey, what's up with you? Earlier you said a man should know when to accept his fate. You don't think there's anything wrong with killing a man before hearing him out? You ought to watch your mouth. Don't you get what's going on here? Maybe you should start acting like a man, okay? Accept your fate. We must do our duty. But I'm not a man! His face! Yeah, right. Telling me you're a girl? Yes. But wait a minute! I thought something bad was gonna happen after hearing that. Wait, so you're saying what? Eh? Well, I can't say I'm surprised. There's something a bit ladylike about your profile. How the hell are we supposed to know that? Girls aren't supposed to wear pants! Girls may wear pants when training with swords. Although it is weird to dress like a man when traveling alone. Perhaps it's for protection. Butterfly! I see. I guess you have a point. Sorry about that. Well, I'm glad that was cleared up. Perhaps you do have a point. I want to at least hear you out. Judging by the calmness in Saito's demeanor, it seemed he was unsurprised by my attempt to dress like a boy. Oh yeah! Oh yeah. Apparently I made a good decision. Oh, the don was it in the one you played? Oh, that's it makes it so much better. I feel that don. There I was, surrounded once again by the leaders of the Shinsengumi. I noticed you were rather slim. Your features were far too soft to be a man's. But to think you were a lady this whole time. Kondo was nodding his head repeatedly as if he were agreeing with a very intelligent suggestion. For him to notice the softness of my features, it flattered me a bit. Well, she knows she's a girl. She really doesn't look like a boy at all, does she? So we bound her and left her for the whole night. Oh dear. Well, she claims to be a girl, but it's not like we have any actual proof, right? Here, let me just undress. Proof? Proof? Really? Not obvious enough for you, huh? Alright, will you feel better if I strip her down? No, don't you dare! No, you absolutely will not. Such thing is preposterous. Thank you, Kondo. I just figured it was the quickest way to settle the question, but I won't force it. Well, if you really are a girl, then healing would just feel kind of wrong. Why are you so naive? It doesn't matter. If we have to kill her, she dies. Ah! Mixed feelings! Exactly. However, her gender is irrelevant. Killing in general is wrong. We were organized to protect the citizens of Kyoto. We would ill-serve the public good by murdering civilians in cold blood. Yeah, but if this girl or boy is a threat to the peace, that's a horse of a different color. I like Kondo! If he's the group dad, then I'm okay with that. Nature is trying to kill me. The Shinsengumi had already suffered a very gruesome reputation in Kyoto. Rumors spread that their men were thirsty for blood. Things weren't likely to go well for them. Kyoto would banish them, and with no one to protect the people, the city would erupt into chaos. Each of their members deeply understood the consequences of behaving rashly in these situations. My apologies, but I took the liberty to check you through your belongings. It would appear you came all the way from Edo by yourself. Didn't seem to have much. Some clothing, some pocket change, a few letters, a sword. One of the letters was Rojun Matsumoto, a shogunate-approved doctor. I assume you saw him. What is your purpose, Kanai Yukimura? The minute my name was spoken, the vibe in the room shifted immensely. Everyone wore a stunned expression, eyes wide. No words were uttered in response. Until... Wait, Hijikata. That name. Hey now, this can't be a coincidence. Now wait a moment. We only need to determine if you are a threat. Will you tell us your side of the story? At Kondo's behest, I stood up to speak. My name is Kanai Yukimura. With the watchful eyes of the leaders, I sharply described how I came to face them. How I lived in Edo. How I had come to Kyoto to find my father. How lonely the city felt before I arrived. Oh, then you're from Edo as well. You came all the way to Kyoto to find your father? So who is your father? My father is Kodo Yukimura. Oh my god, sorry. So the dots are connected. What are you talking about? The handwriting within the letters does indeed match Kondo's, but to think you were Dr. Kodo's daughter. You know my father? Silence was enough to tell me that the revelation of my parentage caused a pronounced change in their behavior. So, you've been withholding information from us? Huh? What information are you talking about? There's no point in lying to us now. Out with it. What the hell are you doing in Kyoto? I just came to look for my father. I swear I don't know anything else. Came to the city fully aware of what your father Kodo was doing? I was only aware of my father being in Kyoto for his medical work, but I haven't seen him since last summer. That's all I know. Hijikata, may be better for us to press. She may not know anything at all. So what do you know about my father? Where is he right now? Please tell me. Shinsengumi is currently attempting to determine the whereabouts of Dr. Kodo Yukimura. You're after my father? So this means... Oh no, you've got us all wrong. We're not, after him. I see. Huge wave of relief came over me. He's a fellow supporter of the Shogun, but... well, he sort of disappeared a while ago. There's a reasonable chance that the enemies of the Shogun have identified him as a threat. I let out an audible gasp, but Saito continued without paying me any mind. There is, of course, the chance he's still alive. Doctors skilled in Western medicine are quite rare. I wasn't sure what else to do, so I nodded. My heart pounded in my chest, threatening to burst onto the floor. Kondo, what do you make for a situation? Would it be in our interest to help her, seeing as we are all looking for the same person? What exactly mean, help her? I only mean to say we should cooperate with her until we find Kodo. With her assistance, I'm sure our chances of locating Kodo will increase drastically. Huh? Looking for him may prove fruitless, however. He's in disguise, spotting him will be difficult. You are his daughter, however. You ought to recognize him no matter how he may have disguised himself, yes? Yes, of course. I nodded as I spoke while giving him what I hope seemed like a steady, reassuring smile. Besides, having her stay with us, regardless, can be of use to our headquarters. What do you say, Toshi? Sonnen is making a lot of sense. If it turns out she doesn't know anything after all, then... It's true! All I know is that my father headed to Kyoto, but I don't know anything else. And about last night, I didn't see anything. Well, she is his daughter. We can't really kill her, can we? His eyes narrowed as he looked down at me. If you promise to keep last night a secret, we'll let you stay until your father is found. Fair. I promise that the Shinsengumi will do whatever they can to help you find Dr. Kodo. Thank you so much! I never imagined something like this. I was elated to have escaped death, but not only had I survived, but I found my first decent lead. You must be glad we won't be killing you, huh? Well, won't be killing you just yet, at any rate. He gave me that same wolfish grin. There was no denying that my situation was still less than desirable, but it didn't matter for now. Yes, I'm very glad. Against all odds, at last, I'd found help where I never have expected it, the Shinsengumi. My first day in Kyoto was quite the adventure. In spite of everything I'd seen, my fortune was improving with every step. I still had a long way to go, but keeping positive was my only hope. Aren't you relieved, Yukimura? It's a pleasure to have you. Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure for me as well. Hagen, with her being a lady after all, I'm not sure that our all-male household is equipped for her needs. You bring up a good point. What would you have me to do? Kondo crossed his arms and thought deeply. Should you require anything, you need only ask. We'll do what we can to accommodate you. Thank you. Well, I guess we'll have to be nicer to you now that we know you're a girl. Gee, didn't take long for you to change your attitude when you saw she was a girl, Asian. Whatever. Having a lady here at headquarters is sure gonna brighten things up, won't it? Not entirely sure I believe that sentiment. I'm not sure if our headquarters are much a standards for a lady, however. Then again, she's not a soldier, so we cannot expect to treat her as such. Then make her a page or something. Want an assistant, Kondo? How about you, Sonnen? Oh, come now, Hijikata. It's your idea, so you can't just pawn her off on someone else. Oh, excellent. We can entrust Toshi with her. Well, there you have it, Hijikata. I hope you'll take good care of her. You sons of bitches! Can't just decide! As I watched the back and forth, some of my earlier relief began to ebb away. And this is how the Shinsengumi had come to look after me. Boop, boop, boop. February of 1864. Mid-February 1864. I slid the door open and met a breath of cool morning air. Clumps of thick clouds trundled silently over the city, an unusually strong wind driving them along. It's cold today. I shivered a bit and grabbed a coat from near the door to wrap around myself. A week had passed since I'd begun living in the headquarters of Shinsengumi. I was given a room of my own, but they made it clear that I wasn't to roam freely. They weren't the best accommodations, but given how close I was to being murdered by them, instead, I thought it best not to complain. Still, do I really need to dress like this all the time? I sighed, staring at my feet on the cold floor. They'd given me temporary accommodations, but I wasn't without strict conditions. The Shinsengumi will look after you, but we do not allow women to simply wander our doors. The Shinsengumi keeping a woman here. If such rumors were to spread, tongues would begin to wag. Even worse, it may invite guests who are also searching for Kodo to come here, looking for you. It is still up to speculation, however, whether or not he has been taken or attacked. So many unanswered questions hovering about. All more reason to keep recklessness at a low. In other words, you need to keep this facade as a man. Do I make myself clear? Clear. His reasoning was sound. Perhaps more than that, I knew he was concerned not only for the Shinsengumi, but also for the safety of my father and myself. I didn't have a choice regardless, but keeping this in mind made his orders more palatable. I didn't expect this to be an issue, so having a woman around could disrupt morale, so to speak. For that reason, only we, the Shinsengumi's leadership, will know the truth of your situation. It is imperative for us to keep this under wraps, for there is no telling what becomes of rumors. I understand the situation, so what should I do while I'm here? Nothing. You're going to get a room. You're going to stay in it. Oh, yeah, I want to stay in my room. Really? I could have sworn we decided she was going to be someone's page.
いいか、掃除。てめえは余計な口出しせずに黙ってろ。
Soji, keep your tongue in your mouth or I'll cut the fucking thing off. Tiny! Tiny! Hey you! It's okay. Up, up. Come on. No. Up, up. Up, up. There you go. There you go. Good girl. For long, I'd been there for a week. I guess I don't have much of a choice. No sense in dwelling on what I can't do after all. Although it was still a new sensation, I'd grown comfortable in dressing like a boy, particularly the feeling of wearing pants. I straightened up and touched the kodachi that Hichikata had given back to me. This was a familiar friend of mine, the blade by my hip stretching back as far as I can recall. According to my father, this was an important heirloom passed down through the Yukimura clan. Is that what I said? Is that what I meant to say? Before long, I'd been there a week. Isn't that what I said? According to my father, this was an important heirloom passed down through the Yukimura clan. As such, I was forced to take lessons in swordplay, making me well aware of what the blade was capable of. I had never cared much for weapons. Weapons hurt people, which is an obvious factor, but was more than that, at least for me. For as far back as I could remember. Oh yeah, for the most part, because then my silly puppy started barking at something. That she had to stay dressed as a boy, and she was not allowed to leave her room. As far back as I could remember, any wounds I suffered healed at an incredible rate. Small cuts would disappear overnight. As a child, I thought nothing of it, but as I grew older, I began to realize that I was not quite normal. My father insisted it was a gift of the gods, but that I shouldn't tell no one of it. I didn't tell anyone, of course. I was afraid they would treat me like a monster if they knew. Ever since then, I'd done my best to not get hurt, stayed as far away from blades as I could, and before I realized it, I developed a fear of them. My constant need for disguise was frustrating, but my condition left me no more unsettled. Still, that wasn't the only thing on my mind. The rank and file soldiers treated me coldly. I'm not just imagining it, right? I learned having a private room was a privilege, even for captains, for a child to arrive and receive better treatment than their own captains. No surprise, really, for the soldiers to hate me. True, I suppose I can't really blame them. I was enjoying the Shinsengumi's hospitality, and so I felt I should help them in some way. I knew nothing of soldiers and their ways. I gave as much effort as possible, despite Hijikata's commands for me to remain in my room. How does one calm the lonely, restless mind? I think for the soldiers, whenever the captains or other officers would look out for me, appeared as if they were giving me special treatment. They're just watching me. To make sure I kept my mouth shut, they took turns keeping watch over me. Any mistake on my part would cause huge trouble, so they were making an effort to keep me contained. Even if I could speak with the soldiers, what conversations could we share? Nothing? My only respite from any possibility of detection would be to stay alone. Again. All I wanted from this, though, was to find my father. Even though they'd promised to help me, keeping me locked here without the ability to leave was no better than being tied up. Just when it felt like I'd made some progress into my journey, my search was kept to a halt. Perhaps, I thought, I could talk to Hijikata, if he would give me permission to look for my father. Oh no, that's right. Hijikata just recently departed to Osaka. Well, if Hijikata's not here, I wasn't sure what to do. Stay put, talk to someone. Let's just talk to someone. Perhaps there would be someone in the inner courtyard to whom I could speak, I thought. I didn't want to be spotted by the soldiers, so I hid for a moment and scanned the area. Oh, good. Things were looking up. The only people in the courtyard were Okita and Saito. Good morning, Okita. Good morning, Saito. He showed no sign of surprise to my approach, and turned lazily to greet me.
Ohayo.
Morning, can I thinking hard on something, are you? How did you guess?
何か思うところがあると
You
いう
just told us, at any rate. If
俺
you
た
have
ち
something
に
to
用が
say,
ある
then
な
out
ら言う
with
と
it. Well, I didn't want to impose or complain, but they had asked. I was hoping I could go look for my father soon.
それは無理
That's not possible.
あんた
We don't
の
have
護衛
enough
に
men
さ
to spare to
人員
keep an eye
整
on
って
you.
いない
You hadn't exactly left me in a room for argument. Is there really nothing you can do? It's not like I want to go very far. Just walking around the city is enough. Well, I suppose we might be able to let you tag along when we go on our rounds. Your rounds? Must have worn a confused expression because Okita's eyes narrowed and he proceeded to warn me. This isn't just a stroll. While you're with us, you're in danger. If we make mistakes, our men die. You don't want to get cut open by some angry ronin. You'd be ready to fight back. Well, I do know a little of swordsmanship. I should be able to protect myself a little. Internally, though, I was frightened by the rounds. The last thing I want was to see another person die. I had seen enough of that to last a lifetime. I had to remind myself that fear couldn't rule me. No matter what, I had to find my father. Kyoto may be a dangerous place, but being paralyzed by fear would prevent me from ever finding him.
ならば俺が
In that
試して
case, so allow me to test you.
腰のも
Let
の
me
が
see if
飾
that
りでは
blade of
ない
yours
と
is
証
meant
明
for
してみ
show.
せる
What?
加減はしてい
I
る
will hold back, but you need not.
どこ
Come
か
at me
を
with
全
your
力で打
most
ち込む
powerful strike. But
どうしたユキ
something wrong,
その
Yukimura?
子たちはや
Draw
はり
your
単な
blade
る
unless
飾り
it
なの
is
か
merely decoration. No, of course it's not. And I have taken lessons. I'm not lying. But I can't. I can't attack you. If my hand were to slip and I cut or stab you, not only would you be injured, but you could die. Oh, Sochi. Excuse me, you don't have to laugh.
はじめくん相手に
Oh, you could,
殺してしまうかもなんて
oh, that you
不
could
安に
kill
なれる君は
Saito? That's not
文句なし
funny.
にすごいよ
Oh man, this is
最高
too good. Of course, I hadn't thought I could beat one of the captains of the Shinsengumi, but still, there's a chance of someone getting hurt. If it's to help someone or to protect myself, I wouldn't think twice to draw my Kodachi. Ah, Jesus Christ. Hello. I'm not allowed to save here? Lame. Lame. So, this tests my skills, right? Hmm.
どうやら物分かり
Sounds
が
like
いい
you
みた
are
いね
fast at understanding.
君がそれなりに
Prove you
刀
can
を
use
使
your
える
sword,
人
and we
間だ
may
ってわかる
consider
な
taking you with
僕たち
us
も
on your
君の
rounds.
外出を少しは前向きに考えるし
刃に不安がある
First, I'm concerned for my
鞘
safety,
を刀
and
代わ
use
り
your
に使う
scabbard
か
on the
峰
back
打ち
of
で
your
打ち込
blade.
む
I look down at my sword. Even with the scabbard or the back of the blade, misplaced strike could break bones. However, this was the opportunity I waited for. I don't want to miss this chance. I straightened up and looked straight into Saito's cold, calm eyes. Let's go! Settled into a fighting stance. Saito cocked his head slightly to one side and let out a small noise I took to be a laugh. His stance stayed defensive, no sign of fear, despite the fact that I was clearly ready to attack. Did he intend to leave his sword sheathed? I stopped the thought as it entered my mind. His words were to be trusted. Here I come! As I stepped forward, I let out a yell and lunged. The backside of my blade collided with the shoulder of a defenseless Saito. Or so I thought. Oh! Huh? The blink of an eye, his face was only inches from mine. I could feel the cold steel of his blade. This was the skill of a Shinsengumi captain. My body froze and sweat dripped down my neck. Your master should be proud. Your blade was not clouded. You can see into the heart of one's swordsmanship. You were blessed with a good teacher. He turned without another word, sheathed his sword, and began to walk away. I then noticed how wildly my heart was beating. What was that? This is a pretty nice little blade. Looks old though. Huh? Looked over at Okita to see him holding my kodachi. Looked down at my hand, where I'd expected the sword to be. It was empty. I'm sorry. Thank you for picking up my sword. He nodded and tossed the sword to me. I reached for it, but there was almost no strength left in my hands, and I nearly dropped it. The blow of Saito's sword on my own had left my hands numb. That strength seemed almost inhuman. You alright? He gave you a bit of a start, didn't he? Surprising, Saito's a real EI master. Yes, I suppose I'm okay. But what's EI? Felt like a bit of a fool asking, but they seemed to think I was perfectly legitimate question. A technique where one draws a sword from its scabbard and strikes the enemy all at once. You see how the blade points up? Yes. You wear your katana just like my kodachi then. That's right. Holy katana were once hung facing blade down, but modern blades are worn at the waist, blade up. Normally one waits until the blade is drawn, then flips the blade over and faces their opponent. And you could have easily taken my head with that blade. Had we faced an actual battle, I would have been dead sooner than I could prepare myself. In the eye, the sword is drawn with one hand. Something that diminishes the power of your swing. That's not a problem Saito has. It seems like he could... That's not a problem Saito has. It seems like he could easily finish an opponent with a single blow. Yep, Hajime is a real blood sport. He'd have finished you off right after he knocked the sword out of your hand. The reason I survived that encounter was because Saito had never intended to kill me. I thought that made me shiver. And that's Yai then. And from a true master of the art. It left me speechless, trembling from its power. A feeling of horror began to creep and coil itself around my heart. The outside appearance of the Shinsengumi did not reflect their deadliness. It memorized me to witness men who could be gentle, yet killers. Don't berate yourself. You have room to improve, but you have enough that we might take you along. Really? I looked from Saito to Okita. He gave a smile and brought his hands together in polite applause. Well, look at that. Hajime himself gave you a pass. That's pretty amazing, you know. Then that means you could take me with you? Well, the man who told you to stay here proves it. Then yeah, you're good to go with us. Right. I'd had a feeling he was going to say something similar, so I simply nodded in agreement.
副長が大阪
You're
出
just
張
going to have to wait till Hijikata
今
gets
しば
back
し
from
待たせる
Osaka.
こと
Sorry.
すま
Oh, you don't need to apologize, Hector. It's alright. Saito looked at me for a beat, then turned away. Thought perhaps he looked to me with pity.
順卒に同行
We'll ask the commander for permission
俺
to
たち
take you
が
on
副
patrol.
長に進言して
だからもう少し
So I
だけお
think you
となし
can
くして
wait
てね
just a little bit longer?
遊び相手くらい
If you
になら
want, we'll keep you
なってあげ
company.
るからさ
Really? Okita smirked and I couldn't tell if he was kidding or not, or meant it. Turned to look up at the sky, watching the white clouds gently drift apart, perhaps a shy omen. At least I had some progress in my search, told myself, however little. The wind had pushed the clouds off of Kyoto, and the brilliant blues laid hidden sparkles above. Time stood still, shadows drifted along my wall. How long am I going to do this? Solitude was proving detrimental to any glimmer of hope. My heart felt heavier with each moment. How lonely the wistful, forlorn mind can become. I'd been swept up in a frightening world I didn't understand and couldn't possibly control. Can't possibly figure out what's happening to father if I'm stuck here. Only Hijikata can give me permission to leave. And he's gone. Why did that suddenly come up? What the heck? That's weird. All of a sudden, none of the controls are working properly. What the heck? That's so weird. I need to disconnect this. I think that's what's causing issues. One moment. Think. Stupid. Just remove that for now. I can reconnect it at some other point. Yep, that's what my problem. Okay. All I could do was wait. Lamenting things I couldn't change wouldn't improve my situation and would arguably make it worse. I knew I couldn't trust the men of the Shinsengumi completely. They were, after all, men who could take life in the blink of an eye. It would just be easy for them to end my life. Well, at least they've been nice to me. For now. They're nice men deep down, right?
君さ
Does anyone
騙さ
ever
れや
call
す
you
い性格と
gullible?
かいや
What are you doing here?
あれもしかして
Oh,
気
you
づい
didn't
てなか
notice
った
me?
とか
Well, it's my turn
こ
to
の時
keep
間
watch.
帯は僕が君の
Did you hear everything I said?
うん
Hmm? It hurt me. I don't know how to feel about Soji. I really don't. Ugh. It definitely hurt me. I wanted to scream, but before I could open my mouth, Saito stepped out from behind the door.
そうじ
I think
無
that's
駄
enough
話はそれくらいにして
fraternizing Soji. Wait, were you here the whole time too?
つい
I
先
arrived
ほど
only
来たば
moments
かり
ago. Oh, thank goodness. I'm sorry for screaming like that.
気にする
It's nothing.
なそもそも今の
At any rate, it's not as if you said anything that would cause trouble for them. True, I didn't say anything bad, but still. Well, I was just embarrassed to be caught talking to myself. Saito watched me fidgeting and mumbling. His eyes pierced right through me.
夕飯の支度
Came
が
to
済
tell
む
you that dinner is ready, but
邪
have
魔を
I
した
interrupted something? Oh no, nothing at all!
あんたと掃除
I
の話
intended to wait
を
until
一
you
言
and
ずつ
Soji finish your
声をか
discussion,
ける
but
つもりで放っておくと
figured if
長
I
引
left
き
the
そう
two of you alone, it would be longer before I saw either of you, so I came in. Saito shrugged shortly before we caught the sound of footsteps approaching us noisily. Hesuke shot through the door. The moment he saw us, however, his face fell.
あのさ
Hey guys,
飯の時間なん
dinner
だけど
time!
すまん平介
My apologies, Hesuke.
Ima.
I'll be there presently.
うん
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
would
you
you
two
get
can
there?
Nai.
早くしねえと
Hurry up or
食
it's
うもの
gonna
なくな
be
っちゃう
gone
からさ
before you know it. Sorry, Toto. I'll be there as soon as I can. He turned to leave, but he halted in his tracks. He pursed his small lips together before speaking.
あー
Look, can you drop the whole Toto thing? Just call me Hesuke. Everyone
みん
else
な平
does.
介って呼ぶからそれでいいよ
Are you sure?
年も近いか
Yeah,
らそ
why
の方が
not?
しっ
We're
くりする
practically
し
the same age.
あと
Oh,
そ
we
れで
don't
探
need
す
to
のやめよう
use
ぜ
honorifics. Alright, I'll do that then, Hesuke.
そうそうそれでいいよ
Great, sounds better
じゃあ
already.
早く行こうぜ
Shall we go? I forgot how long the, I guess, prologue, in a way, is. Before you choose someone in this, I forgot how long this was. You're late.
おめえら遅えんだよ
Kids, you're late.
この
Who's
俺の
gonna
腹の
answer to
高
my
鳴りを
crying
どうしてくれんだ
stomach? You mean growling, Shin? Really, he's so simple sometimes.
お前らが来るまで食
You
い
guys
始め
ought
る
to
のを待っ
apologize
てて
to
や
my
った
stomach.
俺様の
He
簡
wanted
単
to
な腹
begin
に
by
感謝しや
saying,
がれ
No, we've got to wait for them.
新八それ
You're
寛
such
大
a
な
softy,
心
Shin.
だ
Alright, guys, it's time to eat.
それじゃ
That means every
いつも
man
よ
for
うに自
himself.
分の飯は自分で
今日も相変わらず世界有名
Man, there's barely enough here to
To
feed
you
a
again.
kid, let alone a man.
隣の番
So
号
I'll just have to
突撃だ
take yours.
弱肉強食の時代
Survival of the
俺様が
fittest.
いた
This
だく
food's
ぜ
mine. Hey, why are you always stealing my food? It's
そ
because
れ
of
は体
the
の大きさ
difference
だ
in size, kid.
大きいやつには
Got
そ
a
れ
bigger
な
body,
りに
that means
給
I
料
need
が
more
必要なん
food.
だよ
Well, I'm so growing, old man. So I gotta eat more too.
毎回毎回こんなんです
Sorry you had to see this, Kanai. They're always like this. I've gotten used to it.
慣
How
れ
are we to deal with accepting such insanity? Oh, why aren't you taking anything?
あんまり
Yeah,
お腹いっ
I'm
ぱいに
good.
食
If
べ
I
る
eat
と
too much,
バカ
I
に
slow
な
down.
るしねおいおい
Hey, what do
バ
you
カと
mean
は聞き
slow?
捨て
Whatever, I'm taking
だ
that.
がその飯はいただくぜどうぞどうぞ
Go for it,
僕はお
as
酒
long
を
as I
ちび
get
ちびしてれ
a
ばい
little
いし
sake to sip. I'm good.
じゃあ俺も酒にするかな
Sounds like I'm going with sake too.
ただご飯とか気にし
Try
な
not
い
to
で
worry about eating too much or
Onaga
being a
ippai
freeloader or
taberu
something,
nda
Kanai. Just eat your little heart out, okay? I know. I can't help but feel a little bad though.
気にしなくて
Oh, if you
自分の
let that
飯
get
は
to you,
自
you're
分で
gonna
守る
lose. You have to protect what's yours. Okay! Always eating alone made the experience of dinner with these men both an exhilarating and a frightening evening for me. It was actually fun.
最初からそうや
See,
って
there's that smile. You ought to do that more
俺らも
often.
お前を
We're
悪いよう
not-
に
we
は
aren't gonna
し
hurt
ない
you. Aw, Harada. Harada. Mel curled up into an honest smile of his own. Had I really looked so down? Perhaps they were all trying to cheer me up. I wasn't quite sure how to feel. I was conflicted over whether or not to feel pity for myself or to appreciate the moment for what it was. The joy seemed to be winning out, however, and the And I caught myself smiling as Inoue entered the room.
ちょっといいかいみんな
Gentlemen, do you have a moment? As usual, his voice was warm, but his eyes was a level. But his eyes was a level of someone I'd never seen before, at least during our brief acquaintance thus far. The warmth of the room slowly evaporated.
大坂にいるトシさん
I've
から
just
手紙
received
が
word from
届いた
Osaka. Sonnen has been gravely injured
タイ
in
ム
battle.
中に重傷を負ったらしい
What?
何があったの？
What happened?
ああ
Dry goods
二人が
store in
訪ねる
Osaka
大
was
坂の
invaded
呉
by
服
a
屋に
group of Ronin.
老師たちが無理やり押し駆けつけたトシさんと
Toshi and
三
Sonnen
男性
arrived
が
in time to
Nanto
enter the
Karoshi
fray
tachi
and
を
subdue the
shizuke
Ronin. However,
その
Sonnen was stabbed
Kirareta
during the
so.
encounter. Is he going to be alright?
相当の
According
深
to
手
the
だと
letter,
手紙に
he
書
is
いてある
gravely hurt, but the wound
傷
is
は
on
左
his
腕と
left
のこと
arm.
だ剣を握るの
It
は
will be
難
hard
し
for
い
him to wield a blade, but
命
he
に
will
別状はないそう
almost certainly survive. Oh, thank goodness. I exhaled as a brief sigh of relief, but the rest of the room was tense, still itching for answers.
数日中には
We
東京へ
should be
たどり着く
returning
んじゃ
here in
な
a
い
few
かな
days. Now, please
そ
excuse
れじゃ
me.
私は
speak
イサミ
with
さんと
conduct.
話があるから
He turned as he spoke, his last words delivered over his shoulder, and he was gone. It was Saito who soon broke the awkward silence.
剣が握
An
れない
injury so grave, he could not clutch his sword.
腕の筋まで
Perhaps the
断たれ
wound
ている
severed an artery.
刀は片
To
腕
with
で
blade
容
with
易に
one
扱え
arm
る
is
もの
a
で
disservice. He may never carry a blade again if
二度
that's
と
true.
神経を震え
Oh. At last, I understood.
片腕で扱えば
Fighting with a single hand would mean less strength behind his blows. He also had similar skill. He
確
would
実
almost
に
certainly lose.
薬でも何でも使っ
If
てもら
push
うしか
comes
な
to
いですね
shove, he'll have to take it.
三男
I
さん
don't think Sonnen's just
何
going
と
to
かしてく
give
れ
up.
るんじゃないかな
そうじ
Don't jinx him, Soji. It's gonna look bad if officers start joining the
どう
first.
するんだよ
Huh? Wait, that didn't make any sense. What are the Furies? Oh, so Furies from something you drink where any injuries could be cured. Hesuke! Oh, 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 oh. Huh? Before I could move, Harada was on his feet and halfway across the room. Barely had time to gasp before he drove his fist into Hesuke. Ow. Hesuke, are you alright?
やりすぎだぞ
Sano, you're overreacting.
悪かったな平介
That was my bad, Hesuke.
先に口を
I
滑ら
slipped
せたこっちも悪かった
大丈夫か
You alright?
悪かった
Sorry. After a moment, Harada curtly nodded to Hesuke in apology, the latter offering a quick, pained smile.
いや
No, I've been watching what I said. Still, Sano, you didn't have to hit me. His punch had enough force to knock out a lesser man, but Hesuke seemed unfazed. It was never clear how different these men were.
今の話は
And
君が聞いちゃい
everything
けない
you
こと
just
に
heard is something
ほん
you
のちょっと
are
首を突
never
っ
to
込んだとこ
repeat.
ろだこれ以上のことは
I'm
教
sure
え
you're
られない
curious, but we can't tell you anything else,
気にな
so
るだろう
don't
けど
ask.
何もそれと
Forget what you just
さ
heard
っき
from
の平
Hesuke.
介の話は忘れてくれ
His voice was friendly, but his eyes gave his words a cold weight that made me feel uncomfortable.
羅刹っていうのは
The fairies that Hesuke spoke about are
Kawaisou
meant
no
to be
kotachi da.
pitied. Okita's voice was flat, emotionless. Sudden chill of melancholy entered his eyes. Couldn't bring myself to say anything more. Thankfully, Nakakura broke the awkward silence.
お前さんは何も気にしなく
It's
ていいんだ
nothing you
っ
need
て
to worry yourself about. You don't have to get all worked up. It's only a guest in their house, not a worry of the Shinsengumi. Truth that the Shinsengumi's secrets were no business of mine. Something I'd known. There was little value in that sentiment, however.
忘れろ
Put it from your mind. Involving yourself in our affairs will only put you in greater danger. I bit my lip and kept silent. The wall between us was almost tangible, almost far too large an obstacle for me to defeat easily. Finished my dinner in sad silence, excused myself and returned to my room. I had a great deal to think about. Furies, huh? I wondered to myself if the Furies referred to the Rakshasa pictured in Buddhist texts. Though I wasn't well versed, I recalled reading a text about a man-eating demon god with that name. I have no idea where to start, from drinking the medicines to the captain becoming a fury. No, I wasn't supposed to think about those things. I was only going to get myself in trouble if I stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Seeing or hearing the wrong thing could kill me. If I die, I'll have a hard time looking for my father. The Shinsengumi captains are keeping themselves hush around me, especially about the Furies. Are they doing it to protect me? Even if I dug around, I'm sure nothing good would come of it. With that in mind, I did my best to clear my head of the evening's events and slipped into my futon. (1864) March. March 1864. It fast approached a month since I began living within the Shinsengumi headquarters. Hijikata and Sanan finally returned to the compound from their trip to Osaka, but spirits were low. Sanan's injury had unforeseen consequences for everyone in the organization. Day-to-day operations became hectic for a little while. His wounds seemed quite dire, and they drained whatever goodness in his nature he'd hoped to keep. Sanan would spend days holed up in his room, protected by a barrier of impenetrable silence. If he were to leave his room, a rare occasion now, he was often short-tempered and quickly retreated. Even though I, too, spent days in the exile of my room, he seemed to take it much differently. Sanan seemed trapped within a painful memory, each day bringing him closer to a gloomy twilight. I softly pondered what service I could offer to the Shinsengumi if I were not allowed to search for my father. I'm sure Hijikata is overwhelmed with whatever business he's dealing with, but I need to visit him. I realized, with the tension so high, that it's better to have Hijikata on my side rather than not. I crept around the hall looking for Hijikata, but he was nowhere to be seen. Would it be impolite to visit his room directly? As I paced around the hall in contemplation, an unknown warrior appeared before me. I've been living in the Yagi residence for a month, but he was unfamiliar to me. My current dilemma compelled me to approach him. Excuse me, have you seen Hijikata? The man turned to respond, his eyes widened to scan his enormous frame before he spoke. And who might you be? Mind telling me what you're doing here? Oh, I am... well, it's a long story. Don't make me repeat myself. Answer me. I'm Kanai Yukimura. Ah, I recall hearing the commander recruited a young apprentice as his new page. Must be you. Oh, he's new? Ooh. Yes. I wasn't aware they were telling people that I was an apprentice warrior at headquarters. However, my reputation was the last thing on my mind as I faced this man's pressuring gaze. I didn't appreciate the harsh scrutiny he seemed to impose, scanning me from head to toe. You did say that, but seeing how I'm only familiar with this version of the game, yeah. So why don't you start telling me about how you know the chief and commander?
局長や副長とは同じ江戸
I
の
hear
出
he's from
身らしい
Edo, but what kind of tricks did you have up your sleeve to slide in here? I didn't know such thing!
そう向きになるところを
Huh,
見
but
て
judging by how defensive you became, sounds like I'm right on target.
ここは
Looks like this isn't the place where someone without any worth on the battlefield or in the strategy
う
room
ろう
can
ろ
waltz
していい
in
ところ
without
では
earning
ない
it.
んだろうなもう一
I
度
wanted to ask you one more time. How'd you get in with
どうや
the chief and commander?
この私
I, Konryusai
武田官流祭が聞い
Takeda,
ているのだぞ
asking you a question. What makes you think you can just ignore me? You grew increasingly agitated, almost like a petulant child, because I refused to answer him. Ah, I see. He reached his massive hand over towards me as if to grab me, but then a voice stopped him.
おい武田
Hey!
こんな
Hey,
ところ
Takeda,
で何
what the
を
hell are
して
you doing here? When he recognized Hijikata's voice, he snapped his hand back to his side.
これは土方副長何近藤局長に少々用がありましたね
Wait, you couldn't get Nagakura? Really? Oh, that's saddening. Like, Kondo makes more sense. But Nagakura kind of surprised me that they wouldn't, in past versions, allow you to, romance him. That's interesting. Well, Commander Hijikata. I'm here on business with Chief Kondo. That's so.
俺は
I've
何
heard
も聞い
nothing
てない
about
ね
this.
最近お姿が見
He
えない
called me on a
三男総長
special
の代わ
orders
り
to
に
assist him while
相談
Colonel
に乗って
Sonnen
ほしい
is
と
out
言
of
われている
commission.
のですしかし
However, as it appears,
Kondo
Chief
局長も
Kondo
いらっ
is
しゃら
nowhere
な
to
い
be
ような
seen, so I'll be on
私
my
はこ
way
れで
now.
失礼します
Takeda turned to take his leave, but then he slowed his step, leaving us with a few words.
ところで
As a side note, Commander Hijikata, are the rumors true that you've welcomed this
その
young
者を
blood
故
as
障
your
に取り
page?
立てたというのは本当ですか
Yeah, that's why that surprises me. Like, yeah, Kondo's in there, but he's kind of like a background character a little bit more than Nagakura is. So that is interesting. Very interesting.
おい
Yes, but it's none of your concern to know more.
承知しました
Oh, forgive me. I'll refrain from pressing for details as it seems to be out of my
詳しく聞くのは
jurisdiction.
やめておきましょうですが
I do, however, question
あま
your
り同じ距離の
predisposition
ものばか
toward
りを
keeping
周りに囲むの
those
は
from your birthplace
いかが
close
な
to
も
you.
のかと思いますでは
Seems I forget myself. Please excuse me. Once Takeda exited the hall, I couldn't help but feel a rush of relief.
おい雪村
Oi, Yukimura, don't go be walking around the headquarters without permission. Yes, sir. I didn't mean to cause trouble.
お前の正体
Your
を知って
presence
いる
here is not common
この
knowledge.
ヤギ邸に
Only
身を
those
寄せて
staying at
いるやつ
Yagi residence know.
前川邸か
Be
らこっ
mindful
ち
of
に来
anyone
る
who
やつ
visits
気を
the
つけて
Meikawa residence. Is that clear? Clear. I promise to be more careful going forward. So may I ask who that man was?
あいつか
That man.
5番
He's the
組
captain of
組
the
長の
5th
武田
Division.
官流祭
His name is Konryusai Takeda.
腕はそこそこだ
His
が
swordsmanship is
文
decent,
学だが
but
軍
he
学
is
の
well
多少
read
に
and
知恵を
possesses a cunning mind for military science.
抜け目のない
He's a tricky one, so be careful. Okay.
それから
Furthermore, if you have no business being out, then I expect you to stay put in your room.
部屋に
Hijikata attempted to dismiss me, having said what he felt was appropriate as a stern commander. Okay. Going to be right back. About just a couple minute break. Be right back. Alrighty, I am back. I hate decisions! Oh, is the blue stuff I've already, like, done? Is that... I know some of the texts are blue. Are those the ones I've chosen before? Okay, that makes sense. Well, guess what? I'm gonna choose again. I didn't get many chances to see Hijikata, so I took the opportunity to offer my aid to the house. I actually have a favor to ask of you, Hijikata. Staying in my room for long periods of time makes me feel terribly useless. Would you please give me something to do? I'll do anything! Cleaning, laundry, anything! Hijikata sensed the sincerity of my plea. It appeared as though he actually considered it. Do you really find yourself incapable of occupying your time in your room productively? Well, a little. Fine. I shall discuss with Gen. So until further notice, stand by for your orders. Really? This is under the condition that you are to keep from interacting with outsiders. Understand? Understood. But thank you so much. The next day, Inoue informed me that I was given more freedom within the headquarters, which allowed me to exit my rooms freely. My duties included cleaning, laundry, and cooking. Not the most glamorous of chores, of course. However, it gave me an opportunity to occupy myself as opposed to going stir crazy in my room. June 1864. The fourth year of the Bunkyu era became the Ganji Ganin. and the summer sweetly blossomed. Spring shed its blooming skin, giving birth to lush, green trees facing the wide open sky. During one of these beautiful summer days, I finished cleaning after someone ate breakfast, and Saito brought me to the hall to Hijikata.
副長
Commander, it's Saito.
雪村を
I
連れて
brought
まいりました
Yukimura.
入る。
Come in. Saito responded by quietly opening the sliding doors, gesturing me to enter the room. Upon entering, I saw Hijikata, but also Okita, Nagakura, Harada, and Hesuke in the hall. It appeared that only the captains who were aware of my situation were present.
随分と
I know you've been waiting for some time, but the time has finally come to let you out. Really? I could barely contain the excitement in my voice as soon as the words came out of his mouth. So is it true there was a man in Fushimi that matched my father's profile?
真偽は定か
I'm
じゃね
not
え
sure
が
if it's true or not.
本人かどうか
It
は
was our intention to let you verify for us, considering his daughter would recognize him best. Nodded in response. For now, any information pertaining to my father was appreciated, so I was thankful. So, where is this man who supposedly looks like my father?
伏見にある
Our
寺田
initial
屋って
reports
いう
outline a place called the
これから斎藤に
Terada
確かめる
Inn in Fushimi. Saito's assigned to check. Saito's assigned. I wasn't sure if that meant I was to accompany Saito or if I would have to wait longer for him. Then Harada chimed in.
だが
It doesn't necessarily mean Kodo is a guest of this inn.
ああ
Yeah,
Fushimi
being
にいたって
sighted
こと
in
は
Fushimi
今日の
could
街
just
中を
mean he
うろ
was
ついてる可
walking
能性
around
もあ
the
る
city of Kyoto.
その通り
Exactly.
だから
That's
原田
why
と
I'm
新
asking the
八
three of you,
それから
Harada,
平助の巡査に
Shinpachi, and
こい
Hesuke,
つを同
take
行
her
さ
along
せ
on
て
your rounds to
東堂さん
assist her
を探
search
して
for
もらう
Kodo.
俺たち全
All
員
of us usually split up and go on our rounds separately. Jikata didn't bother entertaining a response, instead looking towards me. Was he suggesting these were the men who were responsible for dealing with me should I attempt to flee? Hesuke must have sensed this as well, so he made no attempt to push the issue any further.
言いたいことは分かりまし
I
たけど
understand what you're saying. I don't like the fact that you're making us do all the babysitting.
今日は確か
Thought you planned on patrolling as well, Hijikata.
今後のためにも
So for your own benefit, why don't you show your adorable page the ropes by having her with you?
何を言ってや
What
が
the
る
hell are you
こ
talking
いつが
about?
俺の腰
Are
を
you
つ
the
つ
one
の
who
は
pushed her onto
お
me?
前が
I'm not
勝手
having
に
any
言
of
って
your
ただけだろう
insolence
が
today. She isn't my page.
でも他の大使たち
Maybe,
は
but all of the
完全にそう
lower
信じ込
ranking
んでる
men
みた
are
いです
starting to believe it.
嘘から出た誠
And there is,
なん
after all, a
て
great
言
of
葉もあり
truth
ます
in
し
every
相応
lie.
の仕事を
So
さ
why
せ
don't
た
you
方
give
がいい
her
んじゃな
a
いです
fitting
か
job? As Okita and Hijikata bickered at one another, the mood of the room was locked in their tense words until Harada whispered to me, Well, Kyoto, as you've seen, isn't the safest place right now, so don't force yourself to leave. I mean, we all know that Kodo looks like two, so the risk doesn't have to be yours alone. I could look for my father in Fushimi, or join the patrol rounds assuming he's moved places, or stay here to keep safe from the outside, or accompany Hijikata as his page. So many decisions. Like, I've gone to Fushimi before, so I feel like I should do something else this time. Trying to. There was one I couldn't because the controller I had attached that I try not to use anymore caused it so I couldn't do that. But yeah, basically at every choice I am, basically. Cause I hate choices. I don't like something that I can just go back. I do that, but I'm also trying not to, like, if I don't like a choice I did, I'm trying not to, like, backtrack into something else. It's just more of if something happens. I don't think I had an issue with this game when I first played it, but you never know. Glitches, man. Join on rounds. Well, I like to accompany Nagakura, Harada, and Hesuke on their patrol.
なんだ
What? You
俺たちと
plan on
一緒に
coming
来る
with
つもり
us?
か
Hope you know that going on rounds ain't a walk in the park.
別に脅かす必要
Aw,
は
don't
ねえだ
scare her away. I know if there's anyone out there dumb enough to pick a fight with any of the three of us.
ああ
Yeah,
大船に
you're
乗った
safe
つも
with
りで
us.
安心してくれていいぜ
Thank you. Since I've done Fushimi before, I don't want, like I said, I don't want to keep doing the same choices as I did before. I want to hang out with the boys this time. My hands tremble from excitement. I was going to be able to join Nagakura and the others. Although I was given approval to pursue the inner yard, to peruse the inner yard or the front gate, this was special. It was almost 5 months since I'd been able to step out of the headquarters and explore. It was as if I could take my first breath after being submerged underwater. Oh, really? Ah. Look at all the options that the newer version gives.
俺たちから離れね
Just make sure to stay close, yeah? I know you
今日の治安
know,
は良くね
but you gotta watch your back in Kyoto. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So that it's really nice though that that they have a more complete version, I guess. I'm not really sure if I would call it complete, but a fuller version. I don't know what I'm saying. Let's make sure to stay close. Yeah, I know you know, but you gotta watch your back in Kyoto. Got it. While tagging alongside the men on their rounds, I was served a dose of reality I wasn't prepared for. Pervasive sense of revulsion came from every pair of eyes laid on the Shinsengumi. However, when we met their judgmental gaze, they pretended to go about their business, shuffling themselves away. Their body language denoted a mixture of fear and disgust, as if they were paralyzed by rumors. Amidst the haze, I overheard someone mutter, "The Mibu wolves."
どうした
What's the matter?
浮かない顔
You
して
look,
るの
you don't look too
具合でも
shabby.
悪いの
You feeling sick? Oh no, it's nothing like that. I brought my voice to a whisper and quietly asked Harada a question. What are the Mibu wolves? I've heard it in murmurs from the townspeople since we started doing our rounds.
俺たちの
Oh,
あだ名
that's our nickname. Since we were originally Ronin from the town of Mibu, they called us the Mibu Wolves since we packed together. I'm not sure if being a wolf is something to be proud of. But why? You guys are protecting the safety of Kyoto, right?
今日の人間は
People from
よそ者
Kyoto
が
don't
嫌い
like
だからな
outsiders. Those bastards call us names like bumpkins and insult us with every chance they get.
な
Well, we're not exactly in Edo where you have a mixture of folks from different domains.
どうしても
It's no surprise to hear they're not exactly open-minded. Lame. As it stood, the warriors seemed used to how the townspeople treated them. I kept my hands at my side, keeping a keen eye around the city for any sign of my father. All of a sudden... Hey, what did you say? Defend the Imperial warriors is no better than shooting arrow at the Emperor. Imperialism, a term for the philosophical and political leanings of those who wanted to see the Emperor as the supreme administrative power for Japan in place of the Shogun. Group of thugs with greasy, unkempt hair were causing trouble with some of the townsfolk. Heisuke noticed the emerging frame was quick to aid whoever the thugs were harassing. Hey, what the hell are you guys doing? The Shinsengumi are here. Pipe down! These are wolves. Ronan caught sight of the Shinsegumi's light blue jackets and drew his sword in response. It was clear, however, the Ronin were no match. You did not just hear that from me. Nope. Stay put. As long as you chumps don't start anything, we'll let you live. Damn it. God damn it. One of the Ronin tried to make a run for it by pushing through the surrounding warriors. Hey, wait up, you bastard! Heisuke stabbed at him, but the Ronin was quick at navigating the crowds, giving him the edge. Didn't think there was any chance of catching him, but then, rushing out of nowhere. Just where do you think you're going? If you didn't do anything suspicious, there's no need for you to run. A mysterious samurai appeared, grabbing the Ronin's shoulders and stopping him in his tracks. Get out of my way! The Ronin threw a punch at the samurai, landing in his face. Huh, who do you think you are? You're just a two-bit punk. Stay out of this! Ronin roared with a smug laughter. Attempted to run, he was stopped by Harada. Whoa now, where are you off to, little pea? Don't tell me you're a coward who's going to betray his comrade and flee. Lord, come with us to headquarters. I hope you don't plan on having any visitors soon. God damn it, how dare you! Before the Ronin could swing his sword, Nagakura and Harada tackled and subdued him. What are you doing? Let me go! Shut up, you don't have a right to complain anymore. And we'll hurt you. Heisuke approached the mysterious samurai who attempted to stop the Ronin. Thanks for your help, we owe you. The samurai sat on the floor with his head down, hiding his bloody, disgruntled face. I do this for you. Save your thanks for yourself. Wiped his mouth without wincing, adjusting his posture sheepishly. It sounded as if he was muttering to himself. Guess the rumors are true. The Shinsengumi are nothing more than a bunch of hooligans. It was right all along. Heisuke was visibly angered by the samurai's words. Hey, where'd you get off calling us a bunch of hooligans? Did you get it? Everyone Edo is saying it. Shinsengumi, a bunch of selfish, self-absorbed, bloodthirsty murderers. The samurai's harsh words rung deep within Harada, causing him to grab the samurai's collar and push him against the wall. What the hell did you just say? Why are you shooting the messenger? Ask me, so I answer. Why don't you man up and tell us what you really think? Not just the hot rumors floating all around Edo. Open up now. Wait, I already told you that I had nothing to do with this bullshit. Hey you, standing over there, come over here and give me a hand. Give it up, man. Once Sano's on a roll, there's no stopping him. He doesn't play around, especially with jokesters. Jeez. Want any chance of making it out of here? I suggest you apologize to him and my friends.
俺たち
To
の
be
こ
my
とは
friends.
江戸じゃそんなに噂になっ
So
て
is
る
that what people in Edo are saying about us now?
それは
Well, turned away awkwardly, and a piece of paper dropped out of his inner pocket.
なんだこれ
What's this? Harada reached down to pick up the piece of paper, and the samurai's eyes opened in panic.
待てそれ
Wait,
に
don't
触る
touch
な
that! Samurai raised his hand down to grab the paper, but Nagakura and Hesuke were faster than him.
おーっと
Whoa there. They are. It's so sweet. I love it. I love how loyal they are.
離せ
Unhand me!
Nani
What do you
was
think
that?
you're doing? With two men holding him down, the samurai's desperate attempts to break free of their grasp were hopeless. They were far too strong.
何をするはこっちの
We
セ
should
リ
be
フだ
asking
ろ
the same thing.
どうしていちいち
Why are
突
you
っかか
acting
るん
so
だよ
suspiciously?
うるさい
Shut up, you
この
bunch of
鳴らす者
hooligans!
ども
Harada grabbed the piece of paper and examined it as Nagakura and Hesuke argued with the samurai. His face wore a deeply concerned expression. Wasn't able to catch a glimpse myself. My heart pounded. Was it a lead from my father? To describe a plot against the Shinsengumi? Suddenly, Harada looked up to question him.
お前
Alright,
この絵を
where did
ど
you
こで
get
手
this
に入れた
drawing? Harada's tone of voice shifted, as if the two were locked in a duel to the death.
なんだ何が書かれてたんだよ
Nagakura could sense something was off with Harada. Harada handed the piece of paper to Nagakura without speaking a word. Nagakura examined it for a second before passing it to Hesuke, both of whom snapped into alertness. None of you know who you're dealing
こ
with.
んなことをし
You
て
won't get away with this.
ただ
I'm
で
a
済むと
samurai.
思っているのか
そんな
You
こ
don't
と関
care.
係ね
You're going to answer us
えいいから
right
答え
now.
ろ
Conversation shifted into interrogation, one party in full control and demanding answers. Samurai glared intensely at the captains, but his words did not match his intensity.
江戸の知り合いからもらった
An
んだよ
acquaintance from Edo gave it to me.
その知り
Who
合い
is
っ
this
つうのは誰だ
acquaintance?
どうしてそんなこと
What
ま
gives
で
you the
言わな
right
き
to
ゃなら
question
ない
me?
んだ
This is none of your
あ
business.
んたたちには関わりのないことだろうが
関わりが
That's
あるか
nice,
ない
but
か
we're the
は
ones
俺
who
たちが
decide
判
whether or
断する
not
こ
it's
と
our
だ
business.
いいから
Kindly
答
answer
えろ
the
よ
questions and no one gets hurt. Ryder was clearly grown frustrated with the samurai's lack of cooperation. It was clear the samurai had nowhere to run, so he gave in, hoping to be let go.
知ってる絵描き見習いだ
Okay, I'm an apprentice of an artist in Edo. Don't have anything else I can tell you.
この絵は
So
そい
did
つ
this
から
apprentice
譲り
give you
受け
this
た
drawing?
そ
Or
れと
did they sell it to
売られて
someone
た
looking
もの
for it?
売り物じゃない
It wasn't for sale.
俺が無
I
理に
begged
譲って
them
もらったん
for
だ
it, and they gave it to me. That's it.
絵は
Is
これ
this
一枚き
the
りか
only copy of this drawing?
それと
Are
も
there
他に
more
何
of
枚
these
かある
in
のか
circulation?
わからないが
I have no idea about
俺
that.
が知ってる限り
As
そ
far as
の
I
一
know,
枚だ
this
け
is
だ
the only one.
そうか
I see. Harada held the piece of paper in his hands, exhaling while staring at it pensively. Nagakura continued.
この絵は俺たちが預かる
Here's what's going to happen.
そうか
We're going to
お
we're
前
going
も
to
今
take
か
the
ら当初
drawing to
に連行だ
headquarters along with you. What do
何
you
を言い
mean?
出すんだ
Why do I have to go with?
どうし
Desperation of his voice was palpable, but Nagakura and Harada gave him no chance to leave.
つべこべ
Stop
言うな
complaining.
よ
You
お前
gonna tell us your
名前
name
は何て言うん
finally?
だ
Ooh. Samurai fired a glance at Harada so sharp it could have cut, but he finally relented.
相馬
Soma.
相
My
馬
name
和
is Kazue Soma.
うん
Soma,
Soma ka.
huh?
ま
Well, just
運が
consider
悪かった
yourself
と思って
unlucky
諦め
and
ろ
let it go.
豚書で戦議
We'll
してみ
discuss
て
everything at
問題がないっ
headquarters.
て分かれ
If
ば
we
解
learn
放
you're
して
an
やるから
innocent,
さ
then you'll be free to go. Despite Hesuke's reassurances, Soma showed no signs of giving up and seethed with anger.
何もしてない
How the
俺
hell
を
am I
連行
supposed
し
to
よう
believe
とす
anything
る
you
あんた
say?
たちの言葉
Take
なん
me
て
away without any
信用
proof
する
of
と思ってん
wrongdoing?
のか
俺たちもでき
Give
れば
us a
穏
chance to
便に済ま
resolve
せて
things
やりてえん
peacefully
だ
at
から
least.
それ以上文
Stop
句言
your
うなって
complaining. Hesuke seemed to be acting genuinely to Soma. Surprised it didn't do anything worse. So he apprehended Soma, along with the Ronin from earlier, and returned to headquarters. I was still curious about what the drawing was on the piece of paper. Perhaps it's best that I don't know. The men kept to themselves quietly on our walk. Bum bum bum! Once we returned to the compound, all of the captains were gathered. They circled around Soma quietly, glaring intently at him. The air was suffocatingly still. I hadn't felt this way at the headquarters since my arrival.
で、
So,
この
mind
絵を
telling
描
me
いた
who's
のは
responsible
どんな
for this drawing?
知らない
I don't know.
おい
Don't play
さっき
dumb.
は知り合いの
You
絵師
said
だっ
you
て言
knew
っ
the
たじゃねえか
artist.
記憶にない
I don't recall. Alright, you bastard.
嘘
Better
を
watch
つくの
yourself
も
with
いい加
lies.
減にしろよ。
ねえ君
We can play this
何も
game.
話すつもりが
Game
ないな
is,
ら
if
切
you
っち
don't
ゃう
talk,
けど
then I get to stab you.
それでもいい
Sounds like fun. Sound like fun? Oh, man. Okita reached for his sword, but Saito moved his arm in front to stop him.
待て掃除
Wait, Soji.
三男
Sana needs to talk first.
相馬くんと言い
Soma,
ました
was it? When you look at
あ
this
なた
drawing,
はこの
what
絵
does
を
it tell you?
何を
What do
描
you
いたも
see?
のだと思っています
浅木色の
It's
大
a
将を着た
Shinsengumi warrior wearing
新
light
選
blue.
組大使だ
確かに着物はそう
True,
で
the
す
kimono confirms it.
ですが
However, the
こ
person
の
who's
絵
drawn
の
has
人
white
物
hair,
は
red eyes,
白
and his
髪
mouth
で
is
目が
torn
赤
and
く
bloody.
口が裂けています
Ooh.
あなたは
Nothing
これを
else came to mind when you
何
looked
と
at this
も思い
drawing?
ませんでした
Nothing at all?
確かに変だと
I know it doesn't look great, but I didn't think anything of it.
新選
I only
組は
heard
鬼
rumors
のよう
about
な
the
奴らだって
Shinsengumi
言
being
ってた
demons.
そう
It's
なん
just a
だ
drawing.
なる
I see.
ほど
Demon,
鬼
huh? I guess
ですか的を射てい
he's
る
on
かも
point.
しれませんねところで
Well,
新
that
選
certainly
組の
narrows
こ
down
と
the
をよく知
suspects.
っていて
There are only
絵の
so
心
few,
得が
many
ある
people
うち
who
に
know the Shinsengumi well enough to draw us.
私たちにも心当たりがないわけこれを描いた
Has to be
のは
Ibuki, right?
伊吹くんですね
Soma's eyes grew wide, telegraphing that his secret was revealed by Sanin. He was defeated, nodding to Sanin.
もう一度聞くぞ
I'm only going to ask this one
こ
time.
れ一枚きりなんだ
Is there only one copy of this drawing? Yes. He told me to throw it away and entrusted it to me to do as he's told.
だが
But it's just a
この
drawing,
絵の
right?
ことで俺がこ
Why
んな
am
目
I
に遭わな
being
きゃなら
captured
ないん
over
だ
a drawing?
こんな鬼みたい
Imagine
な絵
what
が
were
市
to
中
happen
に
if the
出
drawing
回
of
って
the
いる
Shinsengumi as demons were to get around town.
俺たちの評判が
Surely it's not,
今
it
まで以
is
上に
not
落ち
lost
るに
on
決まって
you
る
that
だ
our
ろ
reputation stands to lose a lot because of this drawing, no? Well, yes, you do have a point.
というわけで
Well, that's sorted.
この
We'll
絵は
confiscate
没収
this.
させていた
That's
だ
alright
き
with
ます
you, isn't it? Sanen's rhetorical question left Soma no room to negotiate, leaving him to sigh in defeat.
分かった
Fine.
好きにして
Do
く
what
れ
you will. This means I'm free to go, right?
これで晴れ
No
たんだ
further use to you? His face looked haggard, exhausted from stress. Kondo stepped forward slowly and nodded.
相馬くんだったな
You're Soma, right? My
俺は
name is Isame
会津
Kondo,
藩
the
を
chief
わ
of
ずか
the
に新選
Shinsengumi,
組局長を
the
務めてい
supervision
る
of the Aizu
近藤
domain.
勇といううちの大使が手荒な
First
真似
and
をしてしまっ
foremost, I want to
てすまなかった
apologize for inhospitality,
許してほしい
inhospitable treatment. Please forgive us for this. Kondo exerted his extreme courteousness by bowing deeply and sincerely. Soma was caught off guard by his act of kindness, his eyes growing wide. Instantly, he became flustered.
顔を上げてくれ
Please let me see your face.
あんた
You're the chief of the
あなたは
Shinsengumi, right?
新選組局長なのでしょう俺みたいな昇進の者に頭を下げ
Sir,
るなんて
there's no need for you to bow before a lowly person like me. I don't blame someone for being so surprised. The samurai of life dictate the. Oh my god, I can't read. The samurai way of life dictates that honor and hierarchy are more important than life itself. Supposedly, the punishment for dishonoring yourself can be dishonoring your entire family, even for one poor display of banners.
局長という立場
Well,
にある
because
か
I
ら
am
こ
the
そ
chief, I think I
己
should
の
be the
過ちは
first
素
to
直に
admit
認める
when
べきだ
wrongdoing
と
is
俺
committed.
は思うまあ
The tide of how the
世に言う武士の
world
在り
views
方
the
とは
samurai may
少し
change,
違うか
but
も
it
し
is
れ
our
ないな
duty to uphold our code.
本物の侍でありたい
Although
と
we
思っ
strive
ちゃい
to
る
do
が
what it takes to be a samurai,
今の武士の
gain
腐っ
nothing
た
from
と
using
ころだ
the
けを
same
真似て
methods as the most
しょう
corrupt
がねえか
samurai. Soma was dumbfounded. He didn't speak or move. It was as if he'd never been shown a similar kindness in his entire life. Kondo glanced kindly at Soma, his eyes trying to communicate a sense of safety.
この絵を描いた
So the man who gave you this drawing,
元気にしているのか？
Ibuki, how is he? Is he well? Oh, yes, sir. Very much so.
そうか。
Oh, I'm glad to
それ
hear
は
it.
よかった。なあ、トシ。
Isn't that right, Toshi?
そんなやつのことは覚えてねえ。
Hijikata didn't care for Kondo's olive branch. However, Hijikata's body language seemed forced, making me feel as if he was secretly relieved that this Ibuki person is doing well. The other captains too reflected a collective sense of relief, easing the tensions from earlier. Was this Ibuki a friend of the Shinsengumi? Strange to think about how large they are, and how many friends they've met and lost in time. It's obvious that Kondo deserved his place as chief, though, for his warm demeanor. If I may, I shall take my leave soon. However, I would like to apologize for my indecency and lack of propriety shown to your men today. Soma seemed like a completely different person to the man we met earlier, and he bowed deeply. I wish you all well. Heisuke, Nakakura, and Harada escorted him to the gate. I think they want to see him off.
いやー悪かったな
Hey, sorry for dragging
無
you
理や
all
り
the
こ
way
んなと
here.
ころまで連れてきちまって
そもそもあんた
Well,
た
if
ち
you had listened to me in the beginning, you would have known I was innocent.
こんなことには
There's
なら
no
なかっ
need to take my drawing from me.
そういう
Oh, don't be like that. If the contents of that drawing got out, it would have been even worse for you. Consider it a favor.
になってたんですね
た。そりゃそうかもしれないが
Perhaps you have a point, still.
何にせよ龍之
At
介の
least we
消
got,
息も聞けたんだし
well, at least we got word of Ryunosuke's whereabouts. So why don't we call it case closed? Ryunosuke Ibuki, the artist of Soma's drawing. Yeah, we know that. What kind of information is that? Sure, Soma was it, seeing as we can put the past behind us now. Why don't you swing by the base and hang out with us while you get the chance? Hang out with you? I think if I get involved with the Shinsengumi, there'd be a bevy of possible repercussions for me. Oh yeah, you're working for the domain, huh? I guess if word gets out that you're hanging out with us, you could get in trouble. Well, they just said that Ibuki was. Well, I guess you didn't know his first name, I guess, but still.
いや我が
Well,
方は
our domain is.
さて
Well,
そん
would
じ
you
ゃ
look
そ
at
ろ
the time? I
飯の
think
買
I
い出
have
しに行かねえと
to
な
grab dinner
佐野
stuff.
英介
Sana, his
付き合ってくれよ
let's roll.
も
Sure thing.
Sonja na,
Anyways,
Soma.
later, Soma.
Mata
Let's
uze.
hang out again.
はい
Oh, sure. Three of them hurried off to shop for their dinner and ingredients, once again leaving me behind. Soma looked at me shyly, and we both smiled faintly before finding the courage to speak.
そういえば
Oh, I forgot to ask you. Are you worried that
君も新
Shinsengumi
選
as
組の
well?
大使なのか
Even though lying is never a good thing, telling the truth about my situation would have more than likely just confused Soma. Yes, I'm a page. Soma hung his head low, admired himself, something that was slowly appearing to be a habit.
君のような年
Huh.
寄
I
り
guess the shogunate is even recruiting people of your age for the sake of our domain. Now that the Tokugawa's hereditary daimyo is... Soma's voice trailed off as he shook his head.
それじゃ
I don't want to say my welcome. Please send everyone my
皆にもよろし
regards.
く言っておいてくれ
Oh, sure. Goodbye. I bowed politely and Soma walked towards the gate. Soma was so full of mystery, reminding me just how far I was from home. I turned to head back to headquarters, alone in the bleak summer night. Kazui Soma, a Kasama warrior, he meets the Shinsengumi during a mission in Kyoto in which he is was commanded by a feudal lord to survey the city. Chapter 2. Oh, look, we're in Chapter 2 now! July of 1864. Look, we're finally in Chapter 2! No news of my father came forth the other day, and somber restlessness took hold of me. Originally, it seemed Hijikata granted me approval to accompany the captains on their rounds through Kyoto to search for my dad. Then he called me in. Excuse me. I saw Okita and Hesuke had been summoned along with me, and I felt a partial sense of relief. It did little to calm my chattering nerves, and I didn't want to be in a bad spot with Hijikata. You called me? Hijikata seemed to be in a foul mood, so I decided it was best to act with tact in his presence. I was thinking about the search for Kodo, but maybe it's best to put a halt to it for now. What? But why? We just started looking for him. Stopping now would surely cause any of our leads to run dry. His words stunned me. How could he back out on this? Hijikata remained deeply composed. We have reports of Tiju from the Choshu. They do not bode well for us. It would be highly dangerous for you to be out and about. I'd heard how the warriors at Choshu domain associate with the Imperial Nationalist Party. For some reason, they find foreigners repulsive, using brute force to prevent any foreign presence. All of their faith is aligned with the Emperor. The Shinsengumi, on the other hand, serve the Shogun, meaning they are directly opposed. The Choshu is active. It could mean that my own goal is of little concern to the Shinsengumi. It might become something of a burden to them. So, are you asking me to refrain from joining their rounds until things with the Choshu domain settle? Hijikata nodded and turned towards the two men. That being said, as of right now, she is not to accompany any rounds with any captains. I get it now. That's why you pulled us in here, right? Hesuke seemed 2 steps behind Hijikata's words, until this very moment where it seemed to click. You know, she never caused any trouble during any rounds she joined us in. I kind of feel like it shouldn't be a problem if she tagged along. Yeah, even if something were to happen, as long as she doesn't get involved, it should be fine. I mean, it's not like she could run away from us if things get sticky, right? I won't run. I knew he wasn't being serious, but I couldn't stand to keep my mouth shut. I made up my mind the minute the men of the Shinsengumi agreed to help me find my father. I made a vow to never run from the Shinsengumi for as long as they helped me find my father. My desire to find my father showed no signs of slowing, even since I first arrived in Kyoto. I'll keep my vow. So please allow me to continue looking for my father. I bowed to Okita, keeping my eyes locked with his. His smirk, however, shrunk slowly as he gazed towards me, caught in between words to say. If you stay with us, you're putting yourself at risk. If you want that risk, feel free to join us. I mean, we have witness reports that fit the profile and description of Kodo. You may have a point, but are witness reports enough justification to put her in harm's way? What if you're wrong? What if she's exposed? None of you understand placing an unnecessary burden on yourselves. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Please, if I lose this opportunity to search for my father, then the chance to find him will sink. I lied prostrate before him, and Hijikata simply sighed heavily. You better follow the orders of every captain you join. No ifs, ands, or buts. Am I clear? Yes, of course. Thank you so much. I didn't know how else to show my gratitude, so I bowed deeply again. I'm leaving it to your discretion over whether or not you're going to join them. That's on you. Alright. I had to make sure this was the best decision. There's something in his demeanor that made me unsure of my desire to leave the compound. Still, if I was with Okita or Hesuke, I'm sure I'd be safe and well protected. On the other hand, my presence could be an undue burden to them. What should I do? Too many decisions! We're gonna go with what my other choice I did not do. Haha! Huh? It feels like there are more people walking around than usual. Streets of Kyoto were packed with people, shuffling into the shops and businesses all over. Nay, mind yourself. Try not to wander off or something. Remember that you're here to keep me company on rounds. Sorry, I was distracted by all the people. The city is filled with so much more cheer. Guess I couldn't help myself. Okita's eyes twinkled and smiled vicariously, and I could sense him relax. Well, the Gion Festival is coming up. Things are more lively than usual. I'll give you that. Gion, one of the red light districts in Kyoto. I actually went there. I went to the Gion region in Japan. Ooh. Or some of those nationalists, Ronin, are acting pretty suspicious too. What I'm saying is watch yourself, alright? Loyalism, a term for the philosophical and political leanings of those who wanted to remove foreign influence from Japan. Okay. We walked down Kyoto's largest street alongside the First Division. No one came within a few yards of us. They stepped away the moment their eyes caught the bright blue of the Shinsengumi's jackets. I noticed this phenomenon briefly when I first joined the Shinsengumi on their rounds, but it was clear the people of Kyoto feared them. Excuse me. Pause every so often to ask some of the less intimidating passers-by if they'd seen my father. I'm looking for someone. He's in his 40s and speaks with an Edo accent. He's a doctor and he's friendly. Bald man. After a few hours of searching, I met someone who claimed to see a man matching my description. Oh yeah, I think I might have seen that guy a while back, over at Masu's. As he spoke, he pointed toward a store selling wood and charcoal. Thank you so much! Okita caught my eye and gave me a stern look as if he was going to reprimand me when... You there! Are you Ronin? Give us the name of your lord, if indeed you even serve one. The cry came from a Shinsengumi soldier, and Okita turned, his lips tightening into a thin line. Well, shit. I guess they would choose the worst possible time to stir up trouble, eh? His hand dropped to his sword as he ran toward the commotion. Townsfolk shrieked and ran like leaves before a gale. Whoa! In the sudden press of fleeing citizens, I found myself pulled away from Okita. For a moment I panicked, but realized that perhaps it was best. If I stayed close, he would have been forced to keep attention on me. I hoped to avoid distracting him. I hid in an alley to watch, and I could return to the First Division once the tension simmered. Hey kid, come over here. You don't want to get yourself caught up in that. Huh? I paused for a moment. Strange man was inviting me into his store. Not strange on the face of it, perhaps, but I was warned many times to be on my guard. I was about to politely refuse when I realized it was the store to which the man pointed earlier. Excuse me, but is this Masu's? Yes, it is. Great. You see, I'm looking for someone and... Mr. Kiyomon. I just saw that kid with Okita, the Shinsengumi captain. What? Huh? I'm not of the Shinsengumi. The Shinsengumi? Run for it! No, it's not like that. I'm just looking for someone. Even if I had been walking with them, the reaction of the store's customers seemed excessive. You really have the worst luck, don't you? Still, I guess you could say the same about them. Or me. He gave a small, unconcerned shrug and led through the door of the shop. Masu's exploded with the clang of blades, men swearing and scrambling across furniture. What is the meaning of this? What on earth just happened? We reached the Shinsengumi headquarters. Sonnen had a number of less than pleasant words. We kneeled for some time as the colonel rated us before Okita finally spoke up. Don't need to lose your head over it, Sonnen. After all, we arrested a couple of Choshu people. When the fight was over, we discovered a massive arms cache and confiscated the entire thing. No one bothered to explain to me what was happening, however, and I was utterly lost. Not something to lose my head over? My head is right where it belongs, Okita. Perhaps you should inquire after yours. The man claiming to be Keimon Masu was, in truth, Shuntaro Furutaka, a Choshu spy. Keimon Masu, a merchant who sells firewood and charcoal. It was actually a cover identity for Shuntaro Furutaka while operating in Kyoto. You were aware that the Shinsengumi was allowing him to operate in hopes of gathering enemy intel? Yes, I was, but he didn't have a choice this time. I had to bring him in. It's not like it was a total mess. Like Soji said, they did arrest some guys. Don't you feel bad for Shimada and Yamazaki? They were staking out to keep an eye on Furutaka. Corners of Heisuke's mouth twitched into a smile, but Shimada interrupted him to continue. We appreciate your concern, Todo, but nobody needs to lose any sleep on our accounts. We were getting nowhere with Masu's the last few days anyway. Okita did us a favor. Yamazaki nodded in silent agreement. Furutaka's arrest is over and done. You won't hear any complaints from us about it. Man, you two are the definition of stoic and reasonable. Soji, on the other hand, it didn't seem Nagakura was going to let Okita get away without rubbing his mistake in his face. Both Kai Shimada and oh my god. Both Kai Shimada and Susumu Yamazaki serve as Shinsengumi officers and spies under Hijikata. Aside from the captains who stay in the Yagi residence, they are some of the few people entrusted with the knowledge of my situation. In other words, these men are highly valued officers within the organization. Resident ninja boy. Despite their resounding support, I felt a rush of guilt sweep over me and I spoke up. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Some Ronin were causing trouble, so I tried to get out of the way. I got stuck from Okita in the crowd, and I didn't go right back to him. Before I really realized what was going on, someone just started shouting at me. Who was tasked with looking after you? He glared at me, his eyes hard and angry, my throat tightly clenched into dryness. The captain of our first division can't even track the charge. Is this the best the Shinsengumi can do? When I first met him, Sun had been nice, and if a little quiet. After his injury, however, it was as if he'd become an entirely different man.
外出を許可し
I
たのは
told
俺
her
だ。
she could go.
こいつ
They
らば
were
かり
only
責めない
following
でくれ。
orders. Simon looked up as Hijikata walked into the room. He gave the commander a tight, wry smile, but got only a peaceful, impartial glance in return.
土方さんが来たっ
If you're
てこと
here, that
は
means you're done
古高の
interrogating
拷問も終わった
Fudukata,
のか
right? They're going to wait for a day when the wind picks up and set Kyoto on fire and kidnap the emperor while everyone else is losing their sight. Shit. Ooh. Wah, 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 wah.
それが
So they say, at least. His voice was calm and measured, but we all felt the import of his words.
町に火を
Burn
放
the
つな。
city. Burn down the
長
city.
州のやつだ
The。Choshu
頭
guys
の
are
ネジが
crazy
緩んでるん
than
じ
I
ゃねえの
thought.
それ単に
So they
天
just
様を誘
want to
拐する
kidnap
って
the
ことか
emperor?
な。
Seems a little contradictory for a bunch of guys who call themselves imperialists. Imperialism, a term for philosophical leanings of those who want to remove the shogun as the administrative power of Japan, replaced by the emperor. Whatever their reasons, we can all ignore them.
奴らの会合は
They're
今夜
probably
行われる可
meeting
能性が
tonight. We need to get ready to move out.
出動準備をと。
承知しました
Understood, Commander.
よっしゃ。
All right,
腕が鳴る
finally,
ぜ。
I'm getting chills. Even though each man displayed his professionalism differently, they were all clearly prepared. As they quieted down, Hijikata turned toward me as if he had only just noticed my presence.
それから行動さんの
We
件
did get some information on
西国の
Kodo.
者と一緒に
Apparently, he visited
マスヤに来
Masu's
たこと
with some men from the west. What?
今日で見たっていう話
The
は
rumors that he was seen in Kyoto were true. That's all
Danga.
there is to it. My father with someone from the west? But my father went missing in Kyoto. How would he be with someone from the west? But no one had an answer for me. Wah, 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 wah. Preparations for the raid began immediately. Within moments, the compound was like a beehive, with soldiers and officers running back and forth. Yeah, it kind of is. The important part is Choshu imperialists wanted to basically dethrone the emperor, who was supported by the shoguns. So they wanted to try to kidnap the emperor, and the shoguns and Shinsengumi are trying to protect it. That's basically the gist of it, from what I know. So the tension felt thick enough to cut with a knife. I found it affected me, despite my best efforts. My encounter at Masu's created some of their current headache, and I'd hoped to make up for it. Hey, can I make it clear to me that I had very little to offer when it came to preparing for a raid. At the end of the day, all I could do was stay quietly to the side to avoid being a burden. Just then, I heard someone's voice out of the blue.
動ける大使
I
が
don't
足り
have
てい
enough
る
men.
近藤さんの
Kondo
隊
only
10名
has only
ボックス
10 soldiers ready to fight.
俺ら土方さんの隊
Ishikata and
は
I have
24人
24 apiece, right? Everyone's
大使
sick.
半分が
Not so
普通だって
funny, eh, Saito?
笑えねえよ
That's right. There were a handful of men who were bedridden from a swift food poisoning epidemic, leaving them short-handed in battle. Plan on dividing the troops in half. Kondo's troop will go to Ikeda Inn, and Hijikata's troop will head to Shikoku Inn. Ikeda Inn, one of the several locations where the nationalist group claiming to support the emperor would gather. Oopsies. So you think we'll bring him along on this one? It's a night mission. It'd be perfect. Them?
お前らが減らしたけど
We lost a
まだ何人
couple
か
the
残
other
ってる
day, but there should still be a few left, right?
しばらく実戦から遠ざけるらし
I
い
heard they won't be
調整に
seeing
手間取って
combat for a while. They're having some difficulty adjusting.
血に触れるたび
They
俺たち
stop
の
listening
指
to
示も
orders
聞
as
かず
soon
に
as they
振
see
るわ
blood.
れたまらない
It's rather inconvenient. What? I swore I heard something before about a reaction to blood. This was something I was not supposed to hear. The two men hadn't realized that I was listening to their conversation. But it was crucial that I don't say anything.
奴らも浮かばれ
They've
るな
gotta be spinning in their graves.
選んだ道だろう
Didn't they choose to do this so they could fight?
さ
Sano.
浮
We
かば
only
れないとい
say
う
that
表
after
現
someone's actually
死ん
dead.
だ者に対して使うものだろう
Yeah, I guess
表
you're
向
right.
きは死んだこと
They
にな
aren't
った
really
が
dead, are they? In
本当は
fact,
死んじゃ
they're
い
even
ない
harder
し
to kill now.
むしろめったなことじゃ死なねえし
There's no doubt that what I was hearing was not meant for my ears. I shoved my fingers into my ears and closed my eyes tightly. The best I could do was make sure I didn't hear anything else. Oh,
雪村君
what are you doing here,
こんなとこ
Yukimura?
ろで何をしているのかね
My eyes flew open to see Kondo in front of me. I couldn't just sit there. Secrets. Told him the truth, how I'd felt so useless and left my room to find some way to help.
なるほどな
Of course.
君
I
の
see.
気持ちはよくわか
Know
る
how you feel.
打ち入
The
り前
men are
で
pretty excited,
皆
aren't
も高揚しているしな
Yes. Excited? More like bloodthirsty, to be honest.
どうかね
Would you care to join us?
君も一緒に来るか
Why would I want to join you? What? That was not what I expected him to say. You mean go on a raid with you? I don't know what I could.
実は
You
腹を
see,
壊
many
して
of
動
my
けない
men are
大使
out
が多く
with
てな
food poisoning,
人
so
手が足りんのだ
we're short, understaffed.
伝令役にな
Well,
っ
we
て
could
もらえる
certainly
と
use
あ
a
りがたい
messenger,
な
but if you'd rather
もちろん
not, there's no
君
need
に
to
無理
feel
はさせん
obligated. You raise a good point. Now that you mentioned it, I did remember hearing that Kondo's troop only had 10 people in it. Well, alright, if I'll just be a messenger. His face split into a grin, and I found myself on the way to Ikeda Inn to accompany their raid. Kondo's presence was relieving, and his good nature gave me comfort in asking him a question. Kondo? Your uniform is different than the one your men wear. Other men wear. Sengumi's unique light blue uniform made it so anyone in Kyoto would recognize them. However, Kondo's uniform was white, almost cream, setting him apart from his men.
これか
Well, this
暗いところ
this
に
white
押し入った
uniform
時
is
に
for
すぐに
charging
仲
into
間だと
dark
分かるよう
areas,
にな
allowing us to see each other with more clarity. I see. I didn't know the corpse uniform came in so many varieties. A white-colored uniform used during the night or special occasions. Their usual uniform was well-fitting, and the color stood out, but this white uniform was more elegant. I smiled while I looked at his uniform, and I braced myself for what was to come. Bum, bum, bum. Hour of the dog. After he... there was... Let's go back. Approximately 8 p.m. Okay. After we arrived at Ikeda, I was sent off on several short errands nearby. I returned to hear Nagakura talking to Okita. Well, looks like we hit the jackpot on this one. Not sure if they're brave or stupid for meeting right next to a government building.
僕は最初から
I
こ
knew
っち
they'd
だ
be
と思って
here.
たけど
After all, they've always
奴らは
met at
今までも
Ikeda before.
頻繁に池田屋を使ったし
だからって
Sure,
古高
but
が
the
捕まった
night
晩に
Furutaka
わざわ
gets
ざ
arrested?
同じ場所で集ま
That
るか
just seems sloppy to me.
通は場所を変えるだろう。常識
Aren't
的
they
に考え
afraid
て
of looking suspicious?
じゃ
Well,
奴らは常
obviously
識を
they're
選んだ
somewhat
って
less than normal.
実
They
際こうして
are mean at Keita
池田
Inn,
屋
aren't
で
they?
会話してるわけだし
Nagakura and Okita's conversation was very lighthearted, which didn't quite suit the subject matter. Perhaps the Choshu were trying to trick the Shinsengumi. I certainly wouldn't have known. Whatever the reason for their behavior, however, neither Nagakura nor Okita seemed worried. Heisuke noticed me as I approached and jogged over.
どうだった
So how'd it go, Kanae? Did you see anyone for Aizu or the Judiciary Commissionary? To be honest, I didn't really see anyone nearby. So they still haven't made their move? I told them even before it started to get dark.
落ち着けよ。
Settle down, Heisuke. The larger man smacked Heisuke playfully on the shoulder with a bark of laughter.
あんな奴ら役に立た
Besides,
ない
it won't do us any good if they show up.
一緒だろ。
If this is gonna happen, they're gonna do it ourselves. We've got to do it ourselves.
だけどさ
Yeah, I guess. It's just, don't you think running in on our own is a little reckless? Heisuke frowned, and Takeda, who was on standby behind Heisuke, nodded in agreement.
この人数で踏み
Charging
込ん
with
だ
this amount of men
無
is
謀に
reckless.
も程がある
We should wait for Aizu
ここ
Domain's
は会津藩の援
reinforcements.
軍を待つべきかと
武田君がそう言う
If
な
you say so, Takeda. Alright, why don't you wait a
もう
little
少しだ
longer?
け待ってみよ
Why don't we wait a little longer? Ba ba ba. But no matter how long we waited, the officials never came. Hour of the boar. Approximately 10 p.m. I looked up at the sky. The moon inched itself further across the sky since we'd arrived at the Ikeda Inn. Damn it.
さすが
It's
に
getting pretty late.
これはちょっと遅すぎるな。
近藤さん
What do you want to do, Kondo? It'd be
これで
pretty
みすみ
lame
す
if we
逃がしちゃ
just
った
sat here all night.
無様ですよ
The chief had been quiet all this time, but when Okita addressed him, he finally stood up to speak.
これ以上は待て
We can't wait a moment
Soji,
longer. Soji,
Nagakura-kun,
Nagakura,
Todo-kun.
Todo,
俺に
you
つ
lot
いてきて
follow me. Okita nodded quietly but firmly.
では
Well, I will
私
secure
は
the front
表向きを
entrance
固めますから
so you guys have
皆さん
at
ご
it.
存分にどうぞ
What? Are you not going to
武田さん
come,
来ないつもりか
Takeda?
よいいからいいから
It's all good.
中
I
が
mean, we
暗くて
don't
間
want
違
him
って切られて
in
も
the
困
dark
るし
and then mistakenly stabbing us, you
こ
know?
っちが間違って切っち
Oh,
ゃうかも
actually, we may mistakenly stab him.
沖田君
Okita,
それはど
what
う
are
い
you
うことかな
suggesting?
まあまあ。
Now, if you want
突っ込むのは
someone
気心が知れた方
Sheen,
がいい
we
だろ
want someone
う。
reliable
というわ
anyways.
けだから、
So with that
武田さんの
said,
そばを
take care of the
頼むぞ。
outside, Takeda.
雪村君
Yukimura,
少し
can you
池田
stay
屋
away
から
from the
離れて
Ikeda
みてくれ
Inn?
るかここは危険だ
Things are going to get
老子が降り
dangerous.
てくるかも
That
しれない
place is full of rebel soldiers.
もっとも
We don't intend to allow them to
逃がすつもり
escape,
はない
but better safe than sorry. Alright. Let's no? Let's say no? No other stabby of me. He stood up, smiled curtly, and ran to the inn.
会津中将をわずかに浪したい新選組戦意のため宿内を改める
You are the Shinsengumi, retainers of the Lieutenant General of the Aizu Domain. By imperial decree, you are all under arrest. Lieutenant General of Aizu, the position held by the Lord of the Aizu Domain, Kotomori Matsudaira, was appointed to it by the Shogun after earning the rank of Lieutenant General of the Left Guard. Stabby, stabby, Okita! His declaration was met with a cacophony of yells and screams erupting from out of the inn,
わざわざ大声で打ち
giving
入りを
me
知
a
らせちゃ
good
うとか
loud warning
す
that
ごく
he's
近藤
about
さ
to
んら
kick
しいよね
the tar out of them. That's Kondo for you.
いいんじゃねえの
It
Say,
seems
don't
like
know
good
you are,
form anyway. It's
So
polite
I
to
got
let
cheating
them
the
know what
Joseph
they're up
Bond.
against.
自分をわざわざ不利な状
Oh,
況
so
に
your
追い込むの
definition
が
of good
新
form
発
is
だ
putting
ね
us at a
定石
disadvantage? Hesuke and Nagakura grinned at one another as they sauntered towards the inn. We act with the authority of the government. Resist and you will be shown no mercy. Then the battle began in earnest. The yells of men and the clang of swords filled the air, rolling through the doors and windows of the inn. Rolling out through. I heard feet pound upstairs and screams of men dying, the wet thud of bodies dropping to the floor. Damn it, there's too many of them. We need backup. Is there anyone still out there? Well, there was someone, but all the men who had come with the captains ran around the back and couldn't hear Nagakura. Takeda, on the other hand, was stationed outside to arrest anyone trying to flee the building. What should I do? The only person left to go help them was me. But even if I did, what could I do? That was when I heard Kondo. Soji, are you alright? Nagakura called out from somewhere else in the inn. Damn it, Hesuke, don't die on me! Oh no. I had no desire to enter a slaughterhouse with men killing one another. Even if I did, I had no illusions about my skill with the blade. I was sure to be killed before I'd even draw it. But I could barely stand around doing nothing. Perhaps if I couldn't fight, I could rescue the wounded, find them, and carry them out of the inn. I made up my mind, steeled myself, and ran inside. Inside was pitch black. The smell of blood hit me in the stomach and fist, filling the air. There were dark lumps on the floor everywhere, bodies of fallen men. Where was Okita and Hesuke? It had sounded like a good idea at the time, but as I looked around that charnel house, I realized there was no way I could carry two men outside. Oh my god, my keyboard just died. Hold on, give me a sec, I need to plug in my keyboard. Keyboard, why? Why does you do this to me, keyboard? You know what? I'm gonna look for Hesuke because I like him better. I had to look for Hesuke. He was always looking after me, so it was time that I returned the favor. I looked around the inn. What? Out of the darkness, a Ronin appeared, his sword at the ready, headed straight for me. As the sword swept down, another interposed itself between us. Nagakura's blade. You're fighting me, pal. You don't get to run off unless I say you can. Ronin gurgles wetly as Nagakura drove his sword deep into the man's stomach. Blood exploded everywhere. But my throat suddenly rise. So much blood. Sorry to ask this right now, but Hesuke's in the back. Could you go get him? Nobody's getting past me, so you go take care of Hesuke, alright? I'm counting on you. With that, he turned around and brought his blade up to meet another Ronin's. Got it! Going to go to Hesuke just as Nagakura asked. I turned and ran off through the battlefields the Ikeda Inn had become. As soon as I got to the top of the second floor, I found him. Hesuke? You're hurt! Blinked and looked around almost as if he couldn't see me. Perhaps it was all the blood running from the wound on his forehead. Kane? God damn it, what the hell are you doing here? What do you mean? I'm here because I was worried about you. I thought maybe I could help. Well, you can't. This is dangerous. Not a good time to be worrying about me. Maybe, but that's a serious injury! No, it's nothing. I'll just walk it off. I feel better already. No, SK, no! As he spoke, he turned around, sword held in a ready position, prepared to defend me. But he was so weak. I could see that he only kept his grip on it with great effort. The Ronin across from us, on the other hand, was as silent and calm as a great statue. Wait. Things didn't seem right. Suddenly I realized what it was. The Ronin had no sword. I didn't have the time to try and figure it out. What that meant, though, I had to... Oh! Decisions in the middle of things! No! Why are these decisions? I hate decisions. We had to do something about the Ronin. With grim determination, I laid my hand on the hilt of my sword. He saw me move, and Heske's eyes went wide. I'll fight too, then. I might not be able to help much, but I can watch your back. He looked stunned for a second, and then his mouth split in a grin. I can't do these. Right, so you're supposed to become my eyes or something? Come on, that'd take like 5 years. It wasn't really the answer I expected here, and I couldn't help but laugh at it. The Ronin looked at us and sighed. I have no reason to fight you. What? What did he mean? If you leave, then I will not take your lives. He was letting us go? Considering the situation we're in, that was quite a favor. But how could we believe his word? We can't let you go. Anyone who's with the Choshu is... Hesuke wobbled. Hesuke? He could barely stand. You assume too much. I am not one, the Choshu. Then what the hell are you at? Then why the hell are you at the Ikeda? His words were forced, as if he took all of his effort to speak. The tip of his sword was beginning to shake. He showed no fear, but his injuries were serious. Couldn't put any more power into his arms, to the point of not being able to hold his sword. His injury isn't life-threatening. However, he should get that treated as soon as possible. Ronin took one last unreadable look at us, and then turned around to leave. Get back here, damn it! Hesuke! Began to run after the Ronin, but he slipped in a fresh pool of blood and crashed to the floor. Damn it! Damn it! This isn't over. Just wait until You're gonna... He made a few more grunts that sounded like attempts at further curses, then stumbled and collapsed, unconscious. I need to stop the bleeding! Quickly, I tore off a section of my sleeve and pressed it against his forehead. Just as the man stated, it looked as though the blow only tore the skin, although it penetrated through to his skull. At last, I felt myself relax. We were still in danger, but Hesuke's wounds didn't look fatal. That was when I saw the head guard lying on the floor. Huh? Must have been Hesuke's. But has been cracked cleanly half by something. Their fight must have been awfully intense. I was starting to feel dizzy from the stench of blood, But Hesuke needed me. I couldn't give up. Finally, the sun rose from the black sky. The raid itself had lasted only 2 hours, but for me, at least, had felt far longer. There had been 20 imperial nationalists at the Ikeda Inn. The Shinsengumi had killed 7 Ronin and injured 4 more. I learned later that with the help of the Aizu domain and the Kyoto Judiciary Commissioner, they arrested 23 people. The owner of the Ikeda Inn had also been arrested for trying to help the Choshu rebels escape. The Shinsengumi had won an incredible victory fighting against superior numbers in enemy territory, but they paid dearly for it. Okita had taken a blow to the chest and lost consciousness. Hesuke had been cut on the forehead, and the bleeding refused to stop. Nagakura had injured his left hand. One of the Shinsengumi soldiers lost his life at the inn's rear entrance, and 2 others were severely injured there as well. It didn't seem likely that they would survive. The Kyoto Military and Judiciary Commissioners also fought the Choshu Ronin. With their successful resolution of the Battle of Ikeda Inn, the Shinsengumi had, at last, made a name for themselves. It looked as though the peace in Kyoto had been protected. Never could I have imagined what the ultimate result of their victory would be. Wah, wah. Still in chapter 2, right? Yeah, we're still in chapter 2. End of July 1864. Weeks passed since the Battle of the Ikeda Inn. In the meantime, the Shinsengumi grew stricter during their rounds to arrest the numerous outlaw Ronin that escaped from the Ikeda Inn. They are very long chapters, but that's okay! Rumors surfaced of extremists who were plotting to exact revenge on the Shinsengumi. Additionally, there were also problems occurring with warriors spanning from other domains, making things tense around the headquarters. Things were finally settling down. As a result of my efforts during the battle, they grew more encouraging of my involvement. The Shinsengumi allowed me to sweep the area in front of the headquarters on my own. Excuse me, bug. Get off my screen. Thanks. One day, I was cleaning the courtyard with a broom when I heard gentle footsteps approaching me. Excuse me, but is this the Shinsengumi headquarters? Oh, yes! The voice came from behind me, so I was caught off guard when answering. You're... Huh? Hijikata showed up suddenly, as if he telepathically knew I was speaking to someone. Oh, Hijikata, this man is... Before I could finish my sentence, the man ran towards Hijikata. Oh, I knew it! Toshi! It's me, Hachiro. Long time no see! You're... Wait, Hachiro? What the hell are you doing here? When Hijikata realized who it was, his eyes grew wide. Are you surprised? I visited Kyoto with shogunate orders. There are so many people! This is why the chapters are very long. I was like, I gotta introduce everyone that's in here that you can choose from. Forget about me. Man, so it really was you connected to Shinsengumi. Can't believe it until I made sure for myself.
侍になれたんですね。
Congratulations, you really did become a samurai. Well, now it's even longer with all the newbies. Oh, come on, don't mock me. I mean, we're treated no better than Ronin.
でも
Yes, but your dream of becoming a samurai came true.
叶ったじゃないですか。
嫌がすなって言ってんだろ。
Hey, I said don't mock me.
いいえ。
Oh, come now.
江戸じゃ
The Shinsen-gimi are
泣く子も
famous
黙
in
る新選
Edo.
組といったら
You're so feared that even crying children go hush.
それに
Heard about your
池
victory
田
at
屋
the
の話も
hated
聞
inn.
いています。
It would seem
皆
you
さん
lot are
とてもご
flourishing.
活躍だったみたいですね。
Well,
ぼち
we're
ぼち
working on it. Oh, look at him blush. How very unlike himself. Hijikata seemed to be flustered. His cheeks were rosy. Judging from their conversation, it appeared that this gentleman had come to visit Hijikata. The rhythm of their repertoire seemed to suggest that they had been friends for quite some time. Once I verified their conversation had come to a halt, I mustered the courage to speak to Hijikata. Hijikata, may I ask who this is?
そうか。
Oh yeah, you two haven't met, so I take it?
まだ
Oh, I haven't
名乗っ
introduced
ていま
myself
せんで
yet,
した
huh?
ね。
I'm Hachiro Iba.
伊庭八郎と言います。幕府直参旗本で
I'm a Hatamoto of
大
the
番衆の
shogunate
組役を務めています。
Jiki-san, and I'm an Okuzumi of the Obanshi. Boy, that was a lot of Japanese words to say all in a sentence. Oh, I'm Kanai Yukimura.
改めて
Kanai.
よろしくお願い
Nice
し
to
ま
meet
す。
you officially. Oh, yes. Nice to meet you too. As soon as Iba and I finished our introductions, Hijikata was inclined to get us indoors.
まあ立ち話
Hey,
もなんだ。
we don't need to have this
中に入って
conversation out in the sun. Why don't you come inside? He does have a pretty soft voice. That is very true. I took tea to the two in the hall. Hijikata told me to remain there, so I decided to listen in.
今日に来たのはお
So
くず
you,
めの仕事。
you came to Kyoto with
随
shogunate
分と
orders.
出世したみてえだな。
Sure climbed that social ladder, huh? And Okuzumi? Listen intently but subtly, since I was unfamiliar with the contents of their conversation.
おくずめっての
He
は
is
な。
entrusted with protecting the shogun and his guests and friends who surround him. Oh wow! I am honored to meet such a man!
いえいえ。
Oh please,
そんなこと
I am
ありません。
nothing special. This was a job I acquired from connections with my
たまたまなん
father.
です。
But what would bring a man of his stature here, Hijikata? This meant Iba was someone who worked directly with the shogun. What an honor. Made sense why he would interact with the Shinsengumi or why he had business with us. Oh, who else does he play? Oh, please tell me who else he plays, because that name sounds so familiar. Mamono Miyano. Why? Who else has he played? Please tell me. Oh my god. Because my brain is going brrr. Tamaki, that's why I know him from. Okay. I feel like he's in other things I've known too. Kyutai. There's... I feel like... nice. Yes, I knew it! Utapri! He played Tokia. That was the main one I was thinking. It was Utapri that I had known him from. Haha! Okay, my satisfaction is... Made no sense. Made no sense why you would act direct blah blah our business with us. Oh, I see what you're thinking. You're thinking, why would he know a guy like me, huh? I did my best to nod without offending him. You see, not only is he a Hatamoto, but he's the heir of the Shingyoto Ryu Iba Dojo, a top 4 dojo in Edo. The Iba Dojo and my dojo socialized often, so this is how we came to know each other. Right? Yes, that's right.
だからトシさんたちがいる今日に来ることになって
When I
と
got
ても楽しみにしてい
word
たん
that I
です
would be coming to Kyoto, I was excited because I know I would see Toshi. See, the very actually actively listen to Hachiro's voice. I can hear a little bit of Tokia, but only like the happy Tokia that his facade at the beginning of the series. Okay. Whatever. Just keep in mind, Kyoto isn't exactly a vacation destination.
今日はそんなに楽しいところじゃねえ。
はい
Yes, I'll keep
肝
that
に
in
銘してお
mind.
きます
However, despite it being so dangerous, it seems even a woman can be with a Shinsengumi.
女
Oh!
でも大使が
He
務まるんです
knows! Iba glanced at me when he asked this question before looking at Hijikata. I gasped and cut my hand over my mouth, and Hijikata's eyes darted toward me sternly. It would seem Iba picked up on the fact that I was female, judging by their interaction.
もしかして
So, was that supposed to be a
秘密だったん
secret?
ですか
Yes, it was! I didn't want to confirm any answers, so I stared towards the mat underneath without speaking.
こいつはちょいと
Well,
分
the
かりが
reasons
浅
for
かって
being
て
here are somewhat complicated,
表向きは
so
男
we have her pose as a man for now.
新選組でも一部の
Only
や
a
つがし
portion
か
of
知らない
the men in the Shinsengumi know about her, so
Kogo de
it'd be
mo hita
preferred
no
if you were to
kuchi ni
keep it under wraps in front of our men.
わかりました
Understood.
トシさん
I'll
が
do
そう言うな
whatever
ら
you ask of me,
守り
Toshi.
ますよ
Iba drew Hijikata closer in a jovial manner, and Hijikata blushed at the notion. Hijikata is normally really uptight, so seeing him behave this way was startling. I had a lingering suspicion that Hijikata was actually enjoying himself. All the commotion must have alerted the captains because they popped up from nowhere.
おいおい
Oh,
八郎
what
じゃ
the
ねえか
hell? Hachiro, is that you?
聞いたこと
I knew
があ
I
る
heard
声
your
だと思っ
voice
たら
somewhere. It really
お前
was
だった
you,
のか
huh?
新八さん
Shinpachi Harada.
それに皆さん
Everyone
も
else is here too.
お久しぶ
Long
りです
time no see, boys.
そうか
And you're
お
in
前も
Kyoto
今日に来た
too?
のか
Are you here to train or
武
are
者
you
修行か
sightseeing?
それとも狂犬物
なわけねえしお偉いさんの護衛とか視察なんだろ
Yeah, Uchipri Tokia. Ichinose. Don't be stupid. I'll bet you he's here to protect someone important or something. Am I right?
ま
Well,
Hi.
maybe it's something
あ
like
そう
that.
いうところです
あんたが今日に来るとなると
If you're in
それ
Kyoto,
なりの職務が
I
ついて
assume you have a pretty good position. Iba nodded plainly in response. I see.
君も
You're in
今日に
Kyoto
来たんだ。
too, huh?
ま
Well, be careful.
死なない程度に
Don't be
気をつけな
stupid or and die or something.
助言ありがとう
Thank you for the warning. I'll
覚えて
keep
おき
that in
ます
mind.
じゃあ
Hey,
今度
we
飲
should
みに
go
行くか
drinking someday. I
なんな
mean,
ら
we could
今
go
からでもい
now
い
if
んだ
you
ぜ
want. Each of the captains surrounded Iba and exchanged words. Most of all, Iba seemed lost in the amount of fun he had while conversing with everyone. Guess he really knew everyone back in Edo. Hijikata watched their interaction with warmth in his eyes and muttered,
あいつは旗本
See,
で
just by him being a
Iba dojo
Hatamoto
no
and
Atari
also the heir of the Iba dojo,
気に入ったのかし
he
ら
chose to learn about each and every one of
Oretachi to
us, and he treats us with respect. Seems no one can escape his amiable nature. The other newbies are meh, but he can stay. He seemed to be especially fond of Hijikata, though. But I couldn't dare say that.
まあちょっと
Well, I
した
guess
顔
you
なし
are.
だ
You can say we're
訪ねて
friends.
きたら
Whenever he
中に通
visits,
してやってくれ
be sure to let him in. Understood. Before he knew it, evening had come, and Iba told us it was time for him to depart.
それじゃあまたね。
Well, I guess that means goodbye for now, Kanae. Okay. His face seemed reluctant, if not a little forlorn, and he left the compound. Yeah, probably. I stared at him as he walked into the distance until a small figure was removed from my eyes. Eva was a mysterious person. Even if he was someone very important upper class, he acted with integrity and kindness, commanding a lot of respect from the captains of the Shinsengumi. I did not think there was a samurai like him in the shogunate. Well. Hey, look, we're in August now. Whole month-ish. A couple weeks, actually. August 1864. Yeah, I mean, we kind of did that with Dragon Quest, though, so... some of those were a little obvious. August 1864. After the fight at the end, I was able to leave the compound much more often. I suppose after what I had done, Hijikata thought I earned a little more trust. I didn't feel like I did anything extraordinary, but I was able to look a gift horse in the mouth. I was genuinely happy that the man Hijikata approved of me. On this particular day, I was out on patrol with Harada in the 10th Division. Excuse me, Harada? The Shinsengumi is out patrolling day and night, right? Yeah, that's right. What about it? But what exactly is it that you do? Most of the men in Shinsengumi were intimidating, death-dealing titans, but Harada was a rare exception. Warm and friendly. Well, I guess we do just about everything. Obviously, we arrest people who want to test out their swords or don't pay for their food. People who don't pay for their food? And then there's those chumps who think they'll make a living leaning on the merchants. It wasn't really the answer I expected. I guess the Shinsengumi's job is closer to a magistrate's than I thought. Thinking back, I remember how excited they were during the raid. What they did at the end was far more intense than their day-to-day work. A little further down the road, a couple of men in the Shinsengumi Blues were waving at us. Nagakura! I guess our separate rounds brought us to the same spot.
Yo!
Hey there, Kanae. You find out anything about your dad? No, nothing today. Oh, come on, cheer up. There's always tomorrow, right? Yeah, yeah, you're right. There's something contagious about his optimism. Shinpachi, you find anything exciting? No, nothing in particular, but all the people on the street are acting busy, you know? I hadn't noticed it before, but he was right. They were acting strange, almost nervous. Yeah, it looks like they're getting ready to move. You think maybe they're worried about getting caught in the middle of a war? What? War? There wasn't a war, was there? Oh yeah, we didn't tell you yet, huh? Well, those Choshu bastards are showing up around Kyoto again, hence our extra rounds. Well, we did give them a bloody nose at Ikeda. Can imagine they'll just stand around with some of their guys in the ground. Were the Choshu going to try something again?
さあな。
Beats me.
まだはっきり
Kinda
したこ
hard
と
to
は
tell
わ
at
か
the
んない。
moment.
どっちに
It
せよ
doesn't matter
俺
anyway.
たちは
We
俺
just
た
do our
ちの
job.
仕事をする
Choshu attacked Kyoto. We drive him back. Simple.
追い返すだけさ。
I don't think it's that simple, man. It's the baby. They accepted their situation and never complained. I had a good deal of respect for Harada and Nagakura.
長州と
They
戦
don't
が
back off soon. We're probably
も
going
し
to
かする
be
と近
getting
いうち
new
に
orders all the way
上か
from
ら
the
出動
top.
命令が出るかもしれね
So you think that Aizu will give you all orders?
え。なあ。
Yeah, they might
正
ask
式に
us to
幕府の
join
一
as
部
part
隊
of
と
the
して
official
参加すること
shogunate
になるか
troops.
もな。
そんな機会
Well,
めったに
chances
ない
like
から
this only come every so
せっ
often.
かくだから
Who knows when the
お前も
next
出てみる
one will be. Want to join us? What? I was perplexed by his sudden invitation. Does that mean I can march as a member of the Shinsengumi? Seemed rather inappropriate for me to ask to participate just for curiosity's sake. Still, very much hope to be helpful in some way. Could I perhaps do something like what I done at the Akeda Inn? However, there's also the chance that I become a hindrance as opposed to helping them out. Harada seemed to possess a still heart, or in a voice that was slow but at peace. He didn't respond to my words, but he smiled kindly. Part of me felt safer leaving just to avoid being in someone's way, but I also wanted to stay here, appreciating this moment of peace for once. Although, how could I justify participating when I wasn't a true member of the Shinsengumi? I balled up my feelings of contemplation, and I just returned to the headquarters. A few days passed. Your medicine's ready. I was carrying medicine and some hot sake. Hot sake. The medicine was Ishida medicinal powder, which is manufactured by Hichikata's family. Ishida medicinal powder, a powdered medicine manufactured and sold by Toshizo Hichikata's family. It claimed to aid with bone settings, bruises, muscle pains, and minor cuts.
宗司と平助に
Give
飲
that
ま
to
せて
Soju and Hesuke,
それ
and
から
Sonnen too,
三
while
男
you're
さ
at
ん
it. Sonnen's eyebrows rose at the mention of his name. Oh, do you really think I need this? My injuries have already
私の
healed.
傷はもう塞がっていますよ。
試してみましょう
Let's
よ
give it a
三男
shot,
さん
Sonnen. They say this stuff works on
何に
just
でも
about
効くらしい
anything.
ですから
Sonnen rolled his eyes, but reached over to take his portion of medicine and sake. He had been telling the truth, though. His injuries had healed at least as much as they were going to, but his arm still refused to work properly. It was slowly becoming clear that it would probably never work properly again.
石田三役は
Man,
掴ん
that
で飲むのが
Ishida
粋だよ
powder
な。
with hot sake is
羨まし
the
いぞお前
best!
ら。
I'm so jealous of you guys.
羨ましい
Then
な
why
ら
don't
飲め
you
ばいい
have
だ
some?
ろ
You're still hurt, aren't you?
人じゃねえか
酒は飲みてえ
I
が
want to drink sake too.
残念なこと
Unfortunately,
に
my
俺
injuries
の
have
怪我
all
はもう
recovered.
治っちまってるんだよな。
Nagakura was injured at the Akeda Inn, but he recently declared that he was completely healed, despite the fact his wounds still looked painful. I'd heard he had convinced Hijikata that his wounds weren't as bad as Okito or Hesuke's.
しかし
I would never have thought that Todo or Okito would return from a fight injured.
あれは池
It
田
was
屋
only
が暗
because it
か
was
った
so
から
dark in there.
普段
It
の
wasn't a
戦い
fair
なら
fight,
遅れは
okay?
取らないって怖いから
He came out of nowhere and broke my head guard right out in my half.
拳で
He split it in half just by punching it? And that's pretty damn
随分と大き
impressive.
なやつがいるもんだ。
That is impressive. Punching it with his hand. Hesuke muttered something bitter and angry under his breath, but Harada just laughed.
あとなんだっけ
And what else? I heard one of them got away from you, Okita. Okita only smiled quietly as Nagakura gestured toward him.
次があれば
It won't happen
絶
again.
対に逃がしませんよ。次に勝つの
Next time, I will win. Everyone began sharing their experience at the inn. Saito, however, remained silent. Is there something bothering you? I kept my voice low so as not to interrupt any of the other men in their conversations.
宗次らを
But
負
I'm
傷させ
thinking,
るほどの実
why
力
were
者
there men strong enough to
あの夜
defeat
池田屋
Soji
にい
yet?
た理由を
Oh,
考え
Ikeda.
長州の者で
They
は
claim not to be members of the Choshu, but I have no doubt their proprietors of the inn wouldn't have allowed just anyone in that night. Oh,
池田屋の人間
if
と
they
浪士たち
entered
の
undetected, it begs
何
the
らか
question
の
of
目
how,
的で侵
in
入
addition
した
to why.
目的は違い
Or were they
行動を
exploiting their
共に
connection?
していたのか今確実に
Suppose
分かる
all we know for sure is that these two men possess impressive strength and skill. The sliding door suddenly flew open as Saito finished a sentence, and Kondo appeared.
会津藩から伝令
We
が
received orders from the Aizu domain. As all conversations ceased, eyes turned to Kondo.
長州の襲撃に備え
Preparation for
我ら
Chosu.
新選組も
Choshu
出陣するよ
attack.
う仰せ
The Shinsengumi has been ordered to the front. Cheer went up from everyone present.
ついに来たか。
Finally, it's about goddamn
Mascarita.
time.
残念だった
Too
な
bad for
平
you,
助
Hesuke.
怪
Can't
我
go
人
and
は
fight if
さ
you're
すがに
injured,
不
can
参
you?
加だよな
What?
でも
Come on,
せ
this
っかく
is
の晴れ舞台
different.
だし
He turned to Hijikata, clearly hoping that the commander might give him special leave to go.
不参加に
No,
決まっ
it's
てんだ
not.
ろ
You'll stay here and guard our
留守を
headquarters.
してやがれ
What? You're a real
土方
monster,
さん
Hijikata.
鬼この
You know
鬼副
that?
長
A demon!
なんだ
Did you just ask me to gut you? Because that's what I
そ
heard.
の気にされたくなきゃ黙ってろ
No. Oh no. Okay. Hesuke's mouth snapped shut. I didn't think Hijikata would actually stab one of his own men. But neither did I think he would go easy on any of them, even if they were injured.
東堂君
The injured are burdened, so we shall remain here and guard the compound like
素
obedient
直に対処で留守を
soldiers.
しましょう
仕方が
Fine, I guess you can't
分かっ
help it.
た
I'll stay
今回
behind
は
this
済まして
time.
るよ
僕も
I guess I'll have to pass too. I'd like to go, but I'm just not 100% yet.
ちょっと外で
Maybe
涼
I'll
んで
cool
こようか
down
な
outside. Okita sighed and got up to leave. I assume I'll be staying here as well? Kondo nodded. Yes, I'll need to keep tabs on Hesuke and Soji.
見張っておいて
I don't want them moping around. I uttered a short laugh, and several men grinned. Well, I don't care about Soji. He's a jerk. Before long, the Senshengumi had left for the front, leaving only a handful of soldiers in the silent compound. So, what should I be doing when they're out? Oh, right. Kondo had asked me to keep an eye on Okita and Hesuke. I think Okita was in the inner courtyard. To be honest, I was a little concerned for him. He was still recovering, and being out in the cold air wasn't doing him any favors in that regard. Still, I left Hesuke and Sanin. Maybe they're still in the common room. Hesuke seemed particularly frustrated at being forced to stay behind, and Sanin had been even colder and more distant lately. I was worried for Okita, of course, but I felt there was something deeper affecting the other two. Common room, because I don't want to deal with Soji. I heard Hesuke and someone else talking as I walked down the hall. I don't like Soji right now. I know you said his root is good, but no. I don't like him. I don't want to. Screw him. They're in a common room then. Damn it. I wish I was out there right now, you know? Screwing around in this old place is boring.
深い傷で
Your
はあ
injury
り
may
ま
not
せん
be
が
too serious.
大事
There
に
is no
取るの
sense
は
in taking
当然でしょ
unnecessary
う
risks. sounded as if Sonnen was actually trying to cheer Hesuke up. How long had it been since I'd heard Sonnen say something nice to someone? He was a very kind man, once upon a time. I miss that, Sonnen.
確かに
I
怪我は
mean,
怪我だし
yeah, it still
それ
hurts,
ぞ
I
れ
know
そう大
that.
事なのは分か
I
って
know
る
it's important to protect headquarters.
君は傷
Well,
さ
as
え
soon as your
癒えれば
injuries heal,
す
you'll
ぐ
be
に
able to
新選
return
組
to
の
the
表
front
舞台に
lines.
戻れますよ。それに比べて
Far
私
better
に
than
は
being condemned to spend the rest of your life as a pariah, such as myself.
それは
Well, I guess. Awkward silence fell over the room. It would have been rude for me to speak up, having left the inn unharmed on that fateful night, but I pretended to enter for another matter, and make it clear that I was eavesdropping. I had no choice then. I had to return to my room. As I turned to do so, Sana's voice stopped me
し
cold.
かし
Perhaps with the right
あの薬を使
treatment,
え
I
ば
could hold a sword again.
私も再び剣を取る
What?
ことができるかもしれません。
Treatment? What do you mean by that? Medicine? But I was already taking the Ishida powder. Unless he was talking about something else.
何考えて
What?
んだよ
Come
三
on,
男さん
Sonnen. You aren't thinking of joining the Furies, alright? Hesuke shouted at Sonnen. What was this conversation about? Something about this conversation seemed familiar. I heard them mention something like it around when I first arrived. We were eating dinner together when we'd received the news of the Sonnen's injury.
薬でも何でも使って
Which
もらう
was
し
the
か
devil
な
will
い
have
で
to
すね
take it.
三
I
男
don't
さん
think Sonnen's just
納
going to
得してく
give
れる
up.
掃除
Don't jinx him,
めっ
Soji.
たなこと言うもんじゃね
It's gonna look bad if the officers start joining the
幹部が
Furies.
ラス
They mentioned the serum then too. They talking about that?
あれは結局失
It
敗にな
didn't
ったん
work,
だ
right? Soji and Hajime had to kill them, remember? Okuta and Saito had to kill them? That night was an experience I would never forget. But what did it have to do with this treatment?
確かにあの薬は未完成です
True. It isn't
が、行動
complete.
さんさえ見つかれば
But if we
改
find
良の余地
Kodo,
はあります
then you should provide the assistance we need. Father? What did Father have to do with their treatment? This was a great deal of information to take in. My mind was a hurricane of thoughts, suspicions, and fears trickling through the corners of my mind. Even as I struggled to make sense of what I'd just heard, I knew that I had stumbled onto something dangerous. Something I shouldn't know. Suddenly, I wanted very much to be gone. Why did I stay and listen? I was such a fool.
申し訳あり
I'm
ま
sorry,
せ
but I
ん
need
が
to ask you not to repeat
今の
anything
話
you
は
may
他
have
言
heard.
無用でお願いしますね
He knows. His cold, quiet voice filled the empty hall. Many of the words that came out of Sonnen's mouth were directed strictly to Hesuke. Hesuke responded with a furrowed brow. Yeah, sure, Sonnen. I won't say a thing.
俺は絶対に反
Seriously,
対だ
man.
から
You can't do this. I helplessly felt like those words were directed towards me. I scurried from the area as I grasped my fast-beating heart. What Sonnen had suggested really did happen. As silently as I could, I moved down the hall and away from the common room, back to the room I suddenly wished I'd never left. The Choshu extremists' attempted attack on the imperial state eventually came to be known as the Hamaguri Rebellion. Although the Shinsengumi were called to action, their efforts were stymied, and they found little in the way of glory. Communication with their superiors was poor at best, and they spent much of the battle waiting with the reserves. When the Shinsengumi finally entered the battle, each man found several strange opponents awaiting him. Shikage Kazama, who defeated Okita at Ikeda, claimed to be from the Satsuma domain during his encounter with Hijikata. Kyuju Amagiri, the man who shattered Heisuke's head guard at Ikeda, also claimed membership in the Satsuma. They had also met Kyu Shironui, who'd fought alongside men from Choshu. Whoever they were, it was clear they were not allies of the Shinsengumi. Indeed, it seemed they could easily become some of its greatest enemies. If they were to meet in open battle, the casualties would be severe. By the time the battle was over, the commanders of the Choshu attack had been killed in the fighting, or took their own lives. There were some soldiers, however, who escaped, setting Kyoto ablaze as they fled. By some terrible misfortune, winds that day blew from the north and fanned the flames, reducing the southern end of the imperial state to ash. As a result of the Choshu attack, many imperial nationalists were executed. With the Hamagure rebellion over, the Choshu were branded as traitors for attacking the estate. From then on, they were acknowledged enemies of the court. Woo! September of 1864. September 1864. The closeness in time between the battles of the Ikeda Inn and the Imperial Palace created significant civil unrest within Kyoto. The Shinsengumi redoubled their efforts to keep people safe, but the more they worked, the more the shogun put them to work. His approval of their activities meant more official business, and it stretched them thin. Even with recruits from Kyoto and Osaka, it wasn't enough. After many discussions, the Shinsengumi chose to recruit even more men from Edo, and Heisuke was tasked with preliminary scouting in the city. Whew. The heart and sun kiss our burning cheeks as Kondo and I saw Heisuke off, his grin wide and his bags packed from the night before. Well, I'll be on my way now. Make sure no one causes trouble while I'm gone. Okay, I promise to help as much as I can. Find us a good crop of men, Heisuke. I'll join you next month. Plan was for Heisuke to hit Edo early and scope the potential men, and have Kondo follow behind a month after to make the final say with recruits. Isn't there someone you mentioned wanted to see? I remember you saying something like that. Oh, we never told you, Yukimura. I believe his name is Ito. He fights using the Hokushin Ito style. Word is, he's well versed in strategy. Kashitaro Ito, the head of the Hokushin Ito dojo and a loyal subject of the Emperor. Truth be told, I don't really know him well, but I'm pretty sure he'll at least hear me out. And that's more than enough. He's an imperialist, but if we approach him right, with respect, he'll see fit to help us. I know he will. Kondo nodded confidently, but Heisuke looked like he wasn't quite as sure. Anyway, I'm off. I'll do my best to find information on Kodo too while I'm out there. So just wait until I get back. Okay, be careful. I watched him go, and the smaller his back became, the lonelier I felt. When I couldn't see him anymore, my heart twinged. I glanced up at Kondo. You look happy. You're thinking about all the new warriors you're getting, right? Yes, you remember. This is a wonderful thing. If they're strong and able, even better. He puffed out his chest and grinned. His relief at recruiting new members reflected just how worried he must have been. I hadn't realized how much we were struggling. Kondo kept his men close to his heart, and now he could smile. Time passed quickly, and after Heisuke left, a month soon went by. The day for Kondo to leave for Edo was upon us, and I saw him off the next morning. I came across Kondo on the yard, mired in his thoughts. Hello, Kondo. Oh, it's you, Yukimura. Is something the matter? Oh, no, nothing like that. I was just thinking about how you'll be on your way to Edo tomorrow. True enough. Can't leave Hesuke hanging for too long, right? It'll be a little lonely around here once you've left headquarters, too. Oh, don't worry. I'll be gone. Only be gone a month. Toshi will take care of everything while I'm away. I didn't know his kind generosity and Hesuke's bright personality kept me going day after day here. They were the highlights of my restrictive life. With both of them gone, Kondo hadn't even left. Yet, and I was already feeling an uncontrollable loneliness sweep over me. Must have shown on my face because you suddenly looked troubled. Oh yeah, is there anything you want me to bring back for you, Edo? A memento from your hometown, perhaps? Oh no, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Sure. Is there anything else I can do for you? Anything else in my power to grant, I will. He was always so accommodating to me already. I didn't have any complaints. But there was something I desired for a while, but never had the nerve to ask before. Before you leave for Edo, could you train me? Wait, are you talking about learning swordplay? Yeah? Yes. Oh no, that's a bad idea. I'm really aggressive when I teach. If I somehow hurt you, I won't be able to face your father. Oh, I have to say, that came out of nowhere. Did you have a reason? His eyebrows furrowed in concern. I stepped out of line. I want to watch over everyone while you're gone. Yep. That one. If I'm going to help watch over the compound while you're gone, I want to be capable. Well, you are one of the warriors, so I doubt you have to raise your sword. You're right, but still, I want to be strong enough to be able to protect myself. At least the bare minimum, if something were to happen. Having witnessed my battles with the Shinsengumi, it's pretty clear how far behind skill I was. I'd fall quickly if I dealt with similar battles. I knew I'd never be as strong as them, but war could still reach my doorstep someday as well. I wanted to lessen the burden of for my protectors. I tried my best to explain how I felt to Kondo. Eventually, he gave a firm nod. Understood. If you're that serious, I would love to teach you what I can. I found a cord to tie up my sleeves and set about training me. Normal Shinsengumi training revolved around real-life sparring with wooden swords. Kondo decided to go easy on me with a bamboo stick. Let's get started. I have to warn you though, Tennen Rishin style is a little rough. Right, I'm ready. Okay, let's begin with checking your stance. You said you were trained before, right? Correct? Yes, it was mostly for self-defense, but I did receive instruction in fighting with Kodachi. Good, that means you don't have to learn a new form. Get into the stance you've been taught. Okay. Bamboo stick in hand, I moved into the familiar stance I had memorized during my training. To wake. Like a whip, his harsh words stung as he barked. If someone moves to attack you from the front, the first thing they'll reach is your sword and your sword arm. Then knock your sword away. If your grip is too weak, you must keep an eye out for that. Okay. He hit me with the full brunt of his stringent teaching. I could see he was taking it seriously. He wasn't going easy on me because I was a girl. Now you're holding on too tight. Given your slight builds, you should do your best to avoid a strike from the front. do that, you have to dodge or redirect the impact, but if you're grasping your sword tightly. With Kondo's instruction, I practiced swinging the sword over and over, doing my best to learn and retain everything he was teaching me. Oh, it's getting late. His words brought my head up, and I blinked. The sun set without me realizing, pooling below, and the sky was now shades of red and purple. Suddenly, in the real world again, fatigue slammed into me, and I collapsed to my knees. Thank you for doing this for me. Every limb was shaking, my clothes completely drenched in sweat. I sucked in air like I couldn't get enough of it. Kondo glanced over at me when I fell to the ground, and a strict teaching expression immediately switched to one of deep concern. I'm sorry, Yukimura. What was I doing? I got so into it that I started pushing you way too hard. Oh, Kondo. I'm fine. The fact that you forgot and ended up teaching me that way, even though I'm not your student. Thank you. It made me really happy. I see. If that's how you truly feel, then I'm glad there's a bright side to this at least. His face was a mixture of relief and guilt. I am very sorry. I haven't trained anyone like this since the old days, so I kind of fell back into it. You mean before you came to Kyoto? Right, Toshi, Soji, and Gen learned Tenin Rishin with me back at Chie Hall. Tenin Rishin, a school of swordplay popular in the Tama region. Kondo is a master of the style, and Hijikata, Okita, and Inoue were among his students. Sana and Todo, Nagakura, and Hagata joined us a little later. Oh, and Saito would come by sometimes too. We don't have the free time much anymore, but we used to test our skills against each other in bouts nearly every day. If I remember correctly, talk of the old days came up one night when everyone was well into their sake. Kondo's family were farmers, but it was discovered that he had remarkable skill at sword fighting. The owner of Chie Hall decided to adopt him so he could continue training, and that's where he met Hijikata along with everyone else. It must have been rough doing all that training. Yes, it was quite harsh, but strangely fulfilling in a different way than our work now. He gazed off into the distance, clearly reminiscing, and I felt a tiny pang of envy. If I had been born and raised near Miba, would I have met all of them under different, better circumstances? Kondo turned to look at me kindly, a gentle smile on his face. Earlier you said you weren't my student, but... Huh? Since I, a fourth generation master of Tenin Rishin, spent today training you, that more or less means you're now a disciple of the style as well. That would make you a student like Toshi, Soji, and Gen. Thank you! It's obviously not official, and it was barely a day's worth of instruction, but I was happy. I couldn't stop smiling. My heart felt so light. Kondo, I'm so grateful. Thank you for today. My mind and heart were still reflecting on the wonderful thing that just happened. I returned to my room with my head held high. I've been staying there for a while now, but sometimes I felt like I was baggage to them. They needed me for one thing and one thing only. I was never really a part of them, nor did I belong. But now, Kondo's words filled in some of the holes in my heart. Just a little, but I treasured the feeling. Smiling, I collapsed onto my futon. The strain and fatigue from earlier was a good feeling, and I let it drag me under to sleep. Okay, now that we're in chapter 3, gonna save. Well, that was a good long session. And I don't even think we're like halfway through this. But we are going to end there for today. Getting tired and save this either for next time or a different time. Whatever. Not even, yeah, probably not. I bet we're barely even a third way through. But that's okay. I like long things sometimes. But we're going to end that here for today. But thank you so much for coming. See you next time. Bye-bye.